welcome, everybody, to another edition of the C3 Friday Free for All, the show that is for Panther fans by Panther fans. That's right. Even when we're in the dead of the off season and there ain't nothing to talk about, C3 is gonna find a way to get together and talk about these Carolina Panthers, baby, because that's what we love to do. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. I will post the link to join in the chat room, and it is also in the description of the YouTube and the Facebook video. I appreciate everybody joining and coming to be a part of the C3 Friday Free for All. Let me introduce some of the faithful. You already know them. You already love them. It's the man, Panther Pickle. Pickle, what's up, buddy?
What's up, folks? This year, we know one thing will happen. We either kick ass or get kicked. One or the other. Probably both. But either way, we're developing. We'll be right in the end. And as long as we kick Falcon ass, what more can we ask for?
Yeah, and you know what? Of those two options, I'm hoping that we're going to kick a little more ass than we do get our ass kicked, if I do say so myself.
I like
and
that.
I think we might be on the track to do so. We're going to talk about Bryce Young. You know, maybe our expectations are too low. Everyone's saying that our expectations are too high. Maybe they're too low.
Maybe.
And they might just be if you listen to Dan Orlovsky. We'll talk about that tonight. Next up, we got the brand ambassador, my man making all the fire edits and images on Twitter. Give that man a follow. It's D's Ill Scales. D's, what up, bro?
What is up is C3 is up. Been a great week for C3. Had the interview with Mike K along with the Tuesday night show. Like you said, running in the dead of the off season, nothing to talk about, but plenty of people willing to talk about the Panthers and listen to C3. Let's go.
That's it, man. Yo, my man D's is always bringing the energy. You know I love it. You know we love it here, man. Next up, the man of many jerseys. He's probably one of the biggest Ohio State fans in Panther Nation. It's JJ, C3 JJ. What up, dog?
Yes, sir. It's the Midwest Panther fan. Man with many jerseys. You already know. I got all the jerseys, honestly. Actually, I think I have 15, but eventually we're going to have to get that 0, which sucks. But I honestly wanted to have the 53 in white because the black or the white, the 0 black looks amazing, honestly. Looks more like the black Spider-Man.
Now that they've done it, now that he's changed to 0, I like it better because it's dawned on me that I never really loved 53 as a pass rusher number. Like the more I think about it, it's like when I think of a 53, I think of like a Mike linebacker, like an off the ball linebacker.
Yo,
now
I'm
like
so
0.
old. I'm so old fashioned. Me and Kevin got in this chat a couple weeks ago, or we was in the chat on Twitter, and we really, I think it was just wasn't Kevin, but we were going down this. Now linebackers should be 50s.
Yeah.
And defensive ends and D tackles should be 90s, and wide receivers should be 80s, and this is just what we got caught up in because that's just the way it should be.
Well, and you just get used to it when you grew up watching it that way.
Yes.
Like receivers were either 1 through 10 or in the 80s.
Yep.
You know, the same with tight ends.
Yep.
Tight ends are in that 80.
Yep.
You know, sometimes 70 to 80 range. Offensive linemen are always in the 70s and 60s.
Rod Smart, I think it was the name. Rod Smart was number 3. I might got that name wrong, but he was the number 3, and he was a running back. And I thought, that's stupid. You've got to change that number. And when we cut him, I was so happy we cut him because I thought he always had the wrong number.
Well, if you remember, Christian McCaffrey was 22 when we drafted him because at that time they wouldn't let him wear number 5, and that's what he wore at Stanford. But now they'll let him do all.
Number 5 would have been cool.
I always liked it though when NFL players, when they're drafted, they have to pick it. To me, they had to pick an NFL number. That means they growed up. That means that they're top
like
now. They grew up. It's time to go on.
Yep,
You know?
yep.
That's well, I like it when they keep that with other things. I mean, like when it comes to a jersey number, it's cool. But like for example, the overtime rules, I'm like, for the playoffs, I think it's bullshit that they changed that. Like I'm like, it's the professionals. We've already played a whole game of regulation, and you can't get a fucking stop.
Yeah, and you
To
know what?
win the
I've always
game?
Shout out
and,
to
and you know
Like,
what? I've always
bro,
been a
grow the
firm
fuck up.
believer that if you were in the playoffs and you're the away team and you go into overtime, well, you should get the ball first because the team with the home field advantage, they couldn't win the game within regulation. I feel like the home team should get the ball first if you go to overtime in like a playoff scenario. Like then that would up the home field advantage, right? Like it's good for the home for the field for the team with the home field advantage. But if it goes into overtime, it's like, oh, hey, now the away team might
Nah,
get the
it should low-key
opportunity to
still
do
be
it.
the home field advantage. I
Yep.
don't know.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
know. I mean, it's a good conversation.
shout out to Billy Scott in the chat. He's a Titans fan, and it appears that he may be his first time here. Shout out and welcome, and there's a
Yeah,
link in
shout
there
out
somewhere.
Billy.
Dropped out.
I'm about to
Drop
post
in
it
and
right
tell us
now.
how.
I'm slacking today,
I
man.
also forgot to
And
mention.
Palbone,
Pabon, yeah, that's Ray Pabon from
yeah, Ray Palbone.
from 704 Charlotte Bound
Yeah.
Show. What up, Ray?
What up, Ray?
I'm about to post up the link in the YouTube chat. Should have done that already. My fault, you know. I'm slacking, y'all. I'm slacking, man.
Facts.
But all these number changes, that just, I tell you what, it's bad when you're watching your team. You know, one of them links you have on the side that you could just scroll by the numbers to see which number on which player it is. That's bad. That's sad. It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that
You're
way.
right, Al. I am trying
I
to
wish
make
they would
another
have did it
crazy rule.
sooner, honestly. Like,
All
and
right,
I
but-
wish
Yeah.
they wouldn't have made it such a big fine.
Yeah, I understand why you do that. I really do. I know
I
some of
do
the players
too,
like
but-
it, and I really know that players love doing that, and I
can't wait till we get to a point where like it's not changing anymore. It's just they're picking the right number the first time.
yeah, I think it always change. I don't think it's fair that fans buy jerseys and then a year later or so the player can change them whenever they want. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
it's fair
tough.
to the fans, but
Well,
I guess
it's
that's
just-
the risk you make when you buy
Yeah.
a jersey.
But also,
should
if
have
you're,
some
if you're
on
a
the-
player, you have to buy back the number. So you have to buy out all of the stock that the team has in the store. So
Right.
they look at it as well. It's a new payday. People are going to buy the new number. And, I got to pay money to change it anyway. So,
Yep.
They had no DJ Moore jerseys at all. They just let him have it for free.
why bit Jordan in the chat. I appreciate y'all, man. If you would like to join the show, remember, be a part of it. The link to the Streamyard is in the description and in the chat room. Gentlemen, we're going to start the conversation tonight. We've been having a lot of talks about Bryce Young and what are your expectations for him year one in Carolina, man. He is a rookie NFL quarterback. But Dan Orlovsky, who works for ESPN, almost had a job on the coaching staff with the Carolina Panthers. He's been very bullish on what the Panthers are going to be able to do this year. And he was on Pat McAfee's show earlier today, and he dropped this little tidbit about Bryce Young that has me wanting to make a bold statement, baby. Let's get it.
I do believe it'll be Carolina and Atlanta. Those two teams, Pat.
What are you hearing out of camp down there? What are you hearing out of Carolina with Frank and Josh? And I know you got a lot of friends down there, obviously. So everything has just been good, out of Carolina, it sounds like.
They are shocked how impressive Bryce Young is mentally. And they had really high. I remember going back to probably like April and having conversations and just like text message conversations. And the kind of the phrase that kept getting shared with me about Bryce was elite processor. Mentally
Elite.
so much more advanced than everybody else. And I think even
Simply
they
the
are
best.
surprised with how mentally advanced he is, both like football playbook wise, football feel wise, situational kind of understanding. I think the big takeaway that they have right now, Pat, is they don't feel that there is a single part of his game that holds them back from unloading their whole playbook. And that's so rare for a rookie quarterback. You know how it is. Sometimes you give them 20%, or hey, we're going to pare down our game plan for the young kid. There's not a single thing. It's actually the opposite. They honestly think that because he's so good mentally, they can expand their playbook to what it has been. And that's kind of taken them by surprise.
Very abnormal for a rookie quarterback, obviously.
Very abnormal for a rookie quarterback. You're damn right about that, Pat McAfee. Look, we've been bickering, going back and forth, debating about, what should we expect this year from Bryce Young. I'm sorry, boys, but when I hear that gives me credence to continue to be very bullish about my expectations, man. This is why you drafted Bryce Young number 1 overall, because he was going to come into this building and he was going to pick up everything like the glue on a fly trap, okay? He's ahead of the game, and the fact that our coaching staff is already in the midst of opening up the playbook, that's better for the receivers. That's better for the offense. I'm telling you, man, this offense is ready to hit the ground running. Boys, what say you?
I think it's great. I absolutely love it. I really don't think that we fans know what's in store, but I like that. For so many years under John Fox, for those who are older, Ray Pabone, you know how I'm talking about, man. You knew what you was coming. 3 runs, you knew what was going to happen. Run, run, run. And to a large part on Rivera, you knew what was coming. Run, run, run. And sometimes it was either quarterback run and running back run, right receiver run. Somebody was running. Occasionally you get them passes. Occasionally you get the passes, or you have a game where there's a lot of passing. But majority of the time it's run. And under Matt Full, the whole damn thing was clusterfucked under him. So none of what he did counted anyway. So, and this year, you really don't know what you're to expect. Now, a lot of folks are saying, well, we're going to be a run football team. We expect that, and that's okay. But you truly don't know what you're going to see until game day when you see it.
Yeah. And it really makes you, again, like I said, I have some questions about the defense, but I remain adamant that this offense right now with this coaching staff and this specific group of personnel, that they're poised to hit the ground running, that they have the yards after the catch guys, and we're going to play a clip from Steve Smith about where he thinks that Bryce is going to be most effective dropping dimes. And it's funny because I agree and disagree with Steve on some levels, but I really think that this offense, I don't think it's going to take as long as some more quote unquote rational people are telling you that it's going to take. What do you say, Deez?
Yeah, I think Pickle hit the nail on the head. We're going to surprise a lot of people with this offense because on paper, we really don't look that impressive, and we do have a rookie quarterback at the helm. Fortunately, Frank Reich chose the right one, the one with the best processing skills, and truly that's what the passing game has needed in Carolina for the past 3 years was that quick processing. Augustus Stone put out an article yesterday breaking down how the Panthers' new playbook was put together by Thomas Brown, 40%, and Frank Reich, 60%, and how they had to make compromises on the play styles that were called and how they were running along with the language that they used along with it. It was a great article, and it gave me some insight as to the plan that the Panthers do have for this season for the offense. I think we're going to be extremely impressed and surprised with what we see on the field from the offense, guys.
Yeah, yep. I do too. Let me go to my man JJ as I welcome in. I got to make sure I got the right camera slots to get everybody in this thing. hold up. There we go. Wes Justin, welcome to the free for all, brother. What's up, man?
What's up, baby?
Hey, got that deep sultry voice on today. I like that, bro. I like
How's
that.
been, man?
Jesus Christ,
I missed it for
Cody.
like 2 weeks, man. How y'all been?
I've been doing good, man. I've been doing good. How you feeling?
Good. I just got done like moving into my new place and shit, so I've been MIA.
Dope. Appreciate you, man. People affectionately refer to Justin as Kid Rock's little brother, and
Shit.
I like that. That fits to me, man. But hey, let me go to JJ real quick. JJ, what you feeling about this? About this offense, man? Like, I've been aggressive that Bryce is going to be ahead of schedule. How are you thinking about this? And what do you make of what Dan Orlovsky had to say?
Well, I mean, like, I was kind of already expecting that just because, like, I'm more so aware of, like, how good Bryce is in terms of stuff like that. You know, him working with that Bill O'Brien and now NFL offensive playbook. And he probably got the early ropes on some of the stuff that, like, Justin Fields found out his rookie year, or Trevor Lawrence may have found out his rookie year. And he was finding it out in college at the same time as them. So that was something we always had hoped for. But it's very unimpressive when you just say it, though. I always understand. Like, I know me as a fan, I know more about the team than the casual fan. And it's like, yeah, I know more about the team, though. You know, I know this team should be a lot better than what your expectations are. But every time we go over the stuff that we have and the things we do, like Dee's just said, on paper, our roster doesn't really look impressive. So every time we just go over stuff like, oh, what's Bryce Young's best trait? It's like, oh, his head, you know, like, well, you can't really see that sometimes to the naked eye for some people who are just an idiot or a casual. But
damn
yeah,
casuals.
it's really definitely. But like, you know, it's just something we're all really excited to see come this season, and hope that he really does have it all together fairly early in his rookie year.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different ways you can look at it, man, because he is a rookie. And yeah, we are hearing these things, but it's like, hey, man, that's not. He hasn't played any simulated games at all. You know, like Randy Stover says, you know, let's see what he does in the preseason. And there's a lot of points to that.
Right. There's a lot there. I agree.
Yeah.
But what you look for in OTAs, what you look for now, he's showing you. You know, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not. You know, if you present him the playbook in April, and he comes out in OTAs and he knows the playbook already, and he's making all the throws that you want him to make, and he's showing leadership in the locker room and leadership to the other players, you can't help but saying, "All right, so far so good."
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
so far so good. You know. You know, but
well,
let's take it one step at a time.
Frank Wright's
you know?
saying he's low key ahead of schedule. Like that's low key what they're saying.
Everyone is saying that Bryce is ahead of schedule. Like everyone that we have heard, from the beat reporters to now Dan Orlovsky, everyone's saying that he is ahead of schedule and that he is doing things that a rookie should not be able to do. Before I go forward, Greg is not on the show tonight, so very happily that Tony has jumped in just in time to be that wet blanket. I see him shaking his head.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to teach him about these wide receivers, bro.
Tony,
I'm gonna have to be the wet blanket tonight.
I know you're gonna do it. So go ahead, do your best to bring us back down to earth and make us believe that Bryce Young isn't already the best thing since sliced bread.
Oh, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to tell you this. He's not ahead of schedule by any means. He's right on schedule. This is why you drafted this fool. Or not fool. Like that. This is exactly why you did draft him. If you wanted to, is like, that's the whole point. You know, I mean, if this was CJ Stroud, if this was Anthony Richardson, and they're like, oh my God, we're so impressed by it, then I'd be like, oh, wow. But man, all this crap is the same thing. Look, the national media is starving, just like we are, starving for news, starving for anything. So guess what? Dan Orlovsky goes on Pat McAfee and says, "Oh, I've been texting. Who's he been texting with? Frank Wright? Nobody. He's been texting. He's been watching the same damn headlines he saw. And he saw this. They're like, oh, he's going to start. I told you this. Listen to C3 Panthers Podcast live every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. We've been telling you this shit since the beginning. If you drafted him, this is exactly why. Intangibles and mental capability. The cerebral aspect of this. This is his elite superpower. Every person I've heard talk about a elite quarterback says this. And think about this. Everybody in the NFL is elite. Everybody in the NFL is the top 2% of football players in the world. No, they are the top 2% of football.
Right.
Even the trashiest player in the NFL is fucking leaps and bounds ahead of a college player.
I don't know, man. Zach Wilson is garbage.
No. Well, okay. I mean, all right. So, Mary, all right. You want to find a couple of outliers? Maybe you can. Maybe you can. But no, actually, I would say this is they're still among the most elite athletes or football players in the world. They're the top 2% of the top. And this is what people have said about elite quarterbacks, though. So if you want to be the elite of the top elite, you have to have a superpower. For Josh Allen, it's his physical attributes. For Patrick Mahomes, it's his unshakable ability to just be great in any moment. For Peyton Manning, it was his ability to be an on-field offensive coordinator, right? Sam Darnold, think about this. Sam Darnold is an elite football player, and he's not, right? He's not elite in the NFL, but he's elite in the world. If Bryce is going to be an elite player, the number one pick, it's not his physical attributes. It's not his size. It's not the bazooka. It's not this. It's between the ears is his superpower, and hopefully the Patrick Mahomes power of intangibility, like the psychopath who's like, oh, yeah, we got to go 95 yards in 40 seconds. I'm ready. This is what I live for. So, no, he's not ahead of schedule, Cody. He's right where he should be, and that's why the fuck he was the number one draft pick.
Okay, right. So then here's what. Let me ping pong a question back at you, then, Professor. So we've talked about like what are his expectations for numbers this rookie season, right? If we're talking about touchdowns and yards, I went on record and I said I could see him throwing for like 30 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
It goes up every week.
3,500 yards.
Look, it goes up every week. It's like every headline that drops, you get a little bit more. But Tony,
you just mentioned that superpower, right? If that's his superpower, and that superpower is already on display enough that the Panthers are opening up the playbook because he can handle all the dearth of information, why am I unreasonable to say that my man's about to throw for 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns? Why is that crazy?
Cody, it's not unfathomable. Unreasonable, maybe a little inflated potentially. I fully expect him and I demand in this case him to have a successful rookie season. I am hoping that his growing pains are far less than some other players that we've seen in the past. Even some of the greatest, though, Peyton Manning had a difficult time, but really went to a shitty team right away. You know what I'm saying? Just an awful team. I think the Panthers are in a better position than a lot of other teams that had a number one overall quarterback pick. So I fully believe that he can be successful in his first year. I also just think this is like, I'm sitting here going, man, if he hits 3,800 yards, 4,000 yards, that's going to be incredible. Look, the over under right now I put some money on Prize Picks, really like 6 months ago. It's been so long. Maybe it's the end of the season, on Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes, and their over under for yards was 4,400 yards, and I went under because I was like, man, it's very hard
You're
to.
gonna lose some money. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I
No,
think
I don't know.
lose
I'll
some
look up the
money.
numbers. No, I think that it's potentially there's an opportunity. I mean, it's hard to get that. So look, is that if he gets 4,000 yards, that's going to be incredible. Again, I don't know the exact number. I think I really would love to see him in the mid to high 3,000 yards passing. Right? Like if he hits 3,500 yards, that's a fucking good season, a really, really good season. And I just want a 2-to-1 interception ratio. I want him at 25-12, 25-10, 30-15. So what the number is I do expect, I really think I want to see over 20 touchdowns. And I think D put this out the other day. Maybe it was just today or yesterday. He put it in one of the communities was what was the number you put up? Like 28 and 10 touchdowns or something. You put up something in a reply to somebody about what Bryce could do. I want is if you think about it, 225 yards. What is 225 a game? 17 games, right? 225 times 17 is
38.
38. 4,000 something.
Is it?
I think it was like 4,000 something.
It's like
that's 235 a game. 35 a game.
230
times 17 games is 3,800. Okay. So I mean that's like so I think
how much you said? You said 225,
which is
hard,
you gotta do bro. It's not
235
to get to 4,000. Yeah. It is.
I mean,
hard,
250 yards.
You said like for 4,000. I thought
250 times 17 is
4,250. Yeah, but that's a lot of passing yards.
Right, but Tony, this is what I'm saying.
I think I want to see 23 touchdowns. I want him to get a touchdown and a half per game passing minimum.
Well, hold on. You gotta realize 2 touchdown passes a game is 32. Or no, it's 34. So like
that's hard in the NFL.
Yeah,
you got that, Tony. That's what he's ahead of schedule, Tony.
You gotta realize he's gonna have hopefully some 4 touchdown games, and then hopefully not too many 1 touchdown games. You know, like as long as he's consistent,
right?
Which
I
hate to be
agree.
the guy.
I want him 225 and 1.5 touchdowns. Puts him at 25 touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? Like that one to me, if he gets 3,800 yards and 25 TDs, you're sitting here walking away like we're fucking boss.
Yes, we're legit, and we go 9-8. Yeah, we have a future if we see that.
I don't know.
If he does those numbers, we might hit.
This is all I gotta say.
Go ahead.
Hold up. This is all I gotta say on this topic because we've been over this. But if as long as he passes the eye test on film, that's all I care about. It's literally all I care about. I don't care how many touchdowns he throws. How many if he's playing like bad for 3 quarters but leads us on the game-winning drive, that's all I care about because I've seen such bad quarterback play. Like I expect him to he's obviously got to get better from year to year, but I think when we should really start putting on these high expectations for him is year 2 and going into year 3. I mean, that's really
I hear you. Y'all can call me dumb all you want. I'm not bringing down my expectations.
Not being dumb.
No. I'm not saying dumb was the wrong word. What I'm saying is I'm very optimistic. So Tony, all the numbers that you said would be badass. To me, like mid-20s, yeah, that's a good season. But I really just think that he's capable of doing even more than that. And I think that he can do that this year with this receiving core. I really do. And I think that people might be surprised in a very short amount of time about what he's capable of doing. I want to get Justin's opinion, and Justin's been chilling. Justin, what are your expectations for Bryce? Do you think he is, quote unquote, ahead of schedule? And what do you think he's capable of putting up this year in this offense?
I think Bryce is gonna show up and bring that big dick energy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit, baby, let's go.
Oh man, big dick energy.
I don't know, man. I'm excited. I'm shooting for the stars with him too, dude.
The gingerbread man got a little extra frosting down there.
Yeah. I'm tired of seeing shitty quarterback play, and I don't think he's gonna bring that.
Right. Right.
I think he's gonna make the passes that count, like even the dink and dunk passes. Like we got receivers that are great at like catching the ball at short yardage and then gaining 15, 20 pounds or 20 pounds.
Right. A lot of yards after the catch.
But yeah, like LaVisca, bro, everybody's sleeping on him. Nobody's freaking talking about this man. I like him a lot. Like
because he's
give him the ball, the ball like 5 yards up scrimmage. He's gaining 20 yards. He did it time again last year, but then for some reason, like he'd get the ball and make a 20, 30-yard play. And then they fail to get him the ball for the next 5 or 6 plays. Like, why didn't you just keep giving the man the fucking ball if every time he touches it, he does some crazy shit with it? And
think about it, too. All these yards after the catch receivers that we signed, if Bryce throws if he throws a 15-yard pass and it ends up going 70, that's 70 passing yards for Bryce Young.
I was watching this video earlier today, and they was like, this dude was saying, well, we got Sanders as the primary running back, who's going to be our third down, like short yardage type running back. I was like, dude, give the ball to LaVisca if we need like 2 yards. What do you mean? Like, dude, that's my dude. Shit, he's going to bust right through that shit.
We want to put him at running back.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to play wide receiver. Here, Cody, only nine quarterbacks threw over 3,800 yards last year, and Jalen Hurts wasn't one of them.
Yeah, because he can't pass. Okay.
Well, I'm not even being like trying to be a dick about it. What I'm saying is that's how difficult it is. Here's the list: Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Tom Brady, Kirk Cousins, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Josh Allen, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence.
I hear you, and I respect that, but I think Bryce Young. He's doing it. Yeah, add that name.
Yeah. And next year, Bryce Young and Deshaun Watson will be on there.
3,800 yards, man. 225 a game, 1.5 touchdowns a game. What is 1 point? And I know you can't throw 1.5, but think of what on an average 1.5
yard after catch, man. That's just going to be crucial.
17 is 25 and a half touchdowns. So 25 touchdowns, 3,800 yards is an incredible fucking season, even for a player that's not a rookie.
So I want to play this clip from Steve Smith, and I like what Steve says here, and I even disagree with him on something that he says here. But let's play the clip and see what Steve has to say.
People say, "Oh, Steve is always rooting for the short guys." Bryce Young reminds me of Drew Brees in essence of.
I made that comparison too. Just wanted to say,
shoulders up and anticipation and knowing his own deficiencies. I'm rooting for him because he's not trying to be something he isn't. Bryce Young is not going to throw you a 70-yard bomb off his back foot like Aaron Rodgers has ever done. He will drop some dimes out there in that 0 to 22-yard area, and that's what he does. People say.
So he's saying, yeah, I know who doesn't, right? Mm-hmm. The fact that my man is going to be good in that intermediate era of 15 to 22. One, I completely agree with that. And by the way, that's why I'm so bullish about my expectations for Bryce. And it's because of the fact that if you're going to have these yards after catch receivers, even if he's throwing it short, that's more yards that's going to pile up on top of that. More importantly, I think there's this thing now where people are already disrespecting, and I'm not saying that Steve is disrespecting Bryce's arm talent, but the idea that, Bryce isn't necessarily going to be the guy to be able to push the ball downfield. I don't know how much I agree with that, man.
That's what I was just about
there was some deep bombs on Alabama's film, and I know they're not in pads yet before everyone freaks out, but according to Sheena and Vashti and Shula Callahan, they're all saying that he has been connecting on some of these deep bombs downfield to Terrace Marshall Jr. and DJ Chark. If every NFL defense thinks that Bryce is about to dink and dunk, man, that's going to open up so many different opportunities downfield for some big time plays. You're muted, Tony.
That's not what he's saying, though. He's not saying that he's going to just dink and dunk. He just said this is his deep ball, very Tom Brady-ish in a way, right? Is Tom Brady's not throwing off his back foot 70 yards. He's not doing I'm on my knees throwing, like we saw the Anthony Richardson where he threw flat-footed, whatever it was. Right. That's just not his game. But that doesn't mean you can't throw the deep ball.
Yeah,
right.
I don't think Joe Montana had the biggest cannon in the history of the world.
Hell no.
I think Bryce's first 5 drives, he's going to have people like, holy shit. His first 5 plays, he's going to have people like, yo, what the fuck are we watching? It's his
Let's go. I like that shit.
And then he's going to in the first drive, he's going to throw a fucking 70-yard bomb just to shut everybody up.
Yeah, baby. Let's go.
Just like
the Panthers are going to come out and play action on first play, go deep.
Just to shut everybody up. Hell yeah.
I like that.
I would not be opposed to that. Hey, why not? It's the first play of the season. Let's fucking see. Imagine if you hit a deep bomb on the first play. You'd be like, oh, shit.
Now, when the receiver's going into the end zone on that deep ball, he casually gives everybody the bird as he goes in the end zone.
Wasn't his specialty in college play action anyway?
Yeah, they did a lot of play action. They did a lot of RPO. Yeah, man. That's what Bryce did. And by the way, I love the comparison to Drew Brees because even though Drew Brees didn't have the elite level arm talent, kind of like what Steve was talking about.
He threw some of the prettiest bombs I've ever seen.
Yes, down the field. So I really do think that we have a far more mobile version of Drew Brees on our hands, baby.
That's what you said. Hold on. I want to quote Cody from what he said like a month before the draft. His comparison to Bryce Young was a Drew Brees with wheels. That was what he said. But I wanted to also bring up that, from Bryce Young's last couple games at Alabama to his pro day, yo, Cody, I don't know if you remember, but, we kept talking about how his his arms, his shoulders look way bigger. And he had remember when he hit the top of the roof in that pro day?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I think
that was Richardson that hit the roof.
They all three did.
Yeah, it was Richardson and Bryce and Will Levis.
I don't know about.
He's like, you did it. Watch this.
But
yeah, right.
Facts. But I don't know. I feel like he's just got a stronger arm than people give him credit for.
I'm gonna just say something. Ain't no way in hell Saban would have said some shit like, I've never coached anyone like him if he wasn't someone special.
Yeah.
Ain't no way in hell Saban would have said some shit like that if this dude is not going to do something.
And how crazy is it to me?
Tua's trash. It's
but how crazy is it to me that out of all the Alabama players, out of all the Alabama players that have been drafted in the NFL, they have never had a number 1 overall pick until Bryce Young. That's still kind of crazy to me. I'm going to be real. That's Alabama. They are the football.
Is that at any position or just quarterback?
Any
position. They've never had a player drafted number 1 overall out of Alabama before Bryce.
Yeah, I didn't believe that myself when I heard it. And I went and started looking it up, and I said, I guess.
I know we're the C3 Panthers podcast, but our other hometown team also just drafted someone from Alabama. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, we're not here for the Anthony. Hell no. I'm not here for the Brandon Miller slander.
Here we go.
Brandon Miller's a dog, and I'm not here for it. All right?
Oh, my God. I'm
He's
not here for the
Hornets. Lead us to success, all right? You bandwagon to the Lakers. Stay over there. Your opinion is not valid over here.
Just see what you started, Justin.
Hey, look, man, I love all my hometown teams, all right? I'm rooting for all of them through and through.
Not today.
Hey, man. It's okay.
You'll be waiting a while, though.
It's all right.
Damn, Anthony, why you gotta be like that?
I mean, it's gonna be like waiting for the Panthers. We've been waiting for a while, haven't we?
But that was one of my.
But the Panthers know how to draft damn first-round picks. That's the
That is true.
difference.
We'll get
And
it
we
together.
still have been waiting.
We wasn't always good at that.
Well, I mean, did the Hornets change their general manager?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
then
they
why?
about to
They
do?
will probably 2 years from now.
So
They
They'll
need
give
to
him
do
a-
it right away. And I don't know anything
yes.
about basketball, but like
Yeah.
just hearing the guy try to explain why they picked him, he didn't even have a good explanation.
Yeah,
It
this
was
is
just
the.
like he was. I know this
He's
is
a
the
drunk.
most
Yeah,
awesome-
this is hilarious. to me,
even the
dude.
team mascot sucks.
This is my
Yeah,
favorite.
look,
Or hates to
they-
pick, rather.
He put his head down his neck.
Everybody's like, "What the fuck?" No, he's good. He's gonna play real good with Melo.
He's gonna be perfect, bro.
And
Like,
see,
come
like,
on.
dude, I don't know shit about basketball. The only thing I knew is that there were rumors about Zion Williamson coming to Charlotte.
Well, he
And by the
oh,
way, like,
side shot out. He said Mitch Kupchak reminds me of good old Joe Biden.
I don't
Oh,
even
why
know
you
who
gotta be
Mitch
that?
Kupchak is,
The
man.
GM,
Like,
Yeah.
the
That's
GM of the
GM of
Hornets.
the
He's the Hornets
Hornets.
GM.
is he? Is he?
He's
Is
the
he,
Hornets
is he,
GM.
Is he falling down half the time? Because that's also pretty Joe
Did
Biden.
you
like.
see the pick?
No, listen.
Yeah,
They asked him a
right.
question.
But like,
They asked him.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say they asked him why they picked Brandon Miller, and he didn't even answer the question. Like everyone was like
He said it was
flabbergasted.
his favorite.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah,
Anthony,
but like
that's
when,
like, what a dumb, like he can't even
Nah, I feel it.
explain. This is why we have to stop believing people in positions of power deserve to be there all the time.
Yes.
I'm
You're
sorry.
right.
Yes.
And the
You're
guy couldn't
absolutely
even
right. It's,
articulate why they
but
did what they
The
did.
problem with the GM and the Hornets is the new ownership. Once MJ is gone, they're probably gonna give the guy at least 1 year to prove himself under their ownership,
They wouldn't.
unless they just want to clear house immediately, which would be a great idea because we're the Charlotte Hornets and MJ is terrible at owning this team.
But
Because I
didn't he
can't
just
stand how
give up
people
his
say he's
majority
not.
ownership?
He's not going to be making the majority of decisions anymore, though. Like,
Well, good.
he doesn't. Exactly. Like, I can't believe people say he's not the GM. It's not his fault. You really
Well-
think MJ owns the damn team and he doesn't have a say on who's getting drafted and who's on the roster?
So
on, bro.
this
Okay, but-
brings me to my question that I wanted to ask, and this is kind of molding it back to the Panthers, right? But the Hornets as well. Is Charlotte the most disrespected sports city in America?
Absolutely.
One of them, yeah.
One of them.
Who else is even close? Like,
I mean, even if you think about Cleveland, man, their
Everybody talks
teams
shit
have
about
won.
Cleveland, you know.
Well,
Yeah, but-
you got. Excuse me. You've got to earn the
Detroit.
respect. I
Yeah,
truly
Detroit.
believe you have to earn respect.
Oh,
You
I'm
don't-
not
you
saying
don't
that it's
get
not
it.
warranted.
You don't get it just because, golly geez, we got an NFL team, or we've got professional teams. We should just be awarded it. And
Pickle,
the Panthers went to the
I'm
Super
not
Bowl.
trying to hear that shit. People
Well,
are
I don't
hyping
care
up
if
the
you don't want to
Bears.
hear it or not.
They won 3
Dude,
games
suck up,
last
Buttercup.
year.
The truth is
They're
the
hyping
truth,
up the
whether you
Bears.
like it or not.
They're garbage. The
But
Bears are
but
trash, and they're
JJ,
getting
but
hyped.
JJ, what other? So what we're saying is like, what other city would you say is like more disrespected? Because no one expects anything out of the Hornets. If you're not a Panthers fan, no one really expects anything out of the Panthers. So it's like, really, you kind of think that everybody considers Charlotte teams, you know, at least professional Carolina / Charlotte teams, to be something of a joke. Like,
It's
and
just
whatever.
hypocritical.
Like
I mean,
they
but
should,
how,
though?
though?
Here's the thing: they
Bryce
should
though.
consider us a joke. Because what the hell have we done? Like the
Right.
Panthers have had good seasons, but we
Yeah.
haven't hosted a Lombardi or a Larry O'Brien trophy yet. That's just how it is. Like they're gonna respect. I would say Cleveland, but LeBron James won them that chip in 2016. That's the only thing they have to hold on to. I mean, I don't want to like be disrespectful to my own team, but like what Pickle's saying, it's the truth. Like
Yeah.
the truth hurts people's feelings. Like that's just the reality, man. Like I wish we weren't disrespected, but until we prove otherwise, we're not gonna be looked at like that.
I
And,
mean,
and side note, I do want to
yeah. Go ahead.
The Mitch Kupchak, I know this dude because he was the general manager from the Lakers and made terrible decisions after Kobe Bryant's heyday, which makes me like Tony said, some of these dudes, like once you get fired like at a job and you are so bad at it, I don't know how you get another opportunity at that same job when your track record is so terrible. And he's been part of the reason of the Hornets' failure. Like, even though MJ does own the team.
The picks this past couple of years haven't even been the worst. It's just such mismanagement of talent.
So, Tony, before you play this clip, that does look like Joe Biden. And number two, you might like this one, Tony. Moses Marinero says, New Jersey. There's two teams that play in New Jersey, and they both say they're from New York. That's a good one.
Yeah. All right, this is Kupchak on the pick. And this is my question. Again, I'm with you, Cody. I don't watch NBA basketball, right? And I would love to expand into being a Hornets fan.
C3 Hornets pod.
But I mean, and I'd love to continue to branch out. But like, you think it's hard getting a Panthers podcast to pop?
Yeah.
Who would watch a
Hornets podcast?
Yeah. Like all 8 of their here.
Bro, also I up to the Canes.
You know, every answer we got to every question. You know, I would say, you know, he is a freshman, right? So, you know, he's a little bit, you know, I would say younger than
God damn, answer the question.
Bro, he sounds like Joe Biden too.
He about to go sleep, y'all.
He couldn't say any real reason why you would want to build a franchise around this player, right? Like, I mean, is that at least an idiot NFL GM can go out there and tell you why they picked Zach Wilson, right? And like, I mean, we can articulate it on this podcast. I could fucking explain. I could make a bad argument about Brandon Miller better than this.
Yeah, we can make a better argument for Brandon.
I would say,
we don't even know him, but we could do better.
I see great potential in this player. Don't think of it right now, but think of it as continuing to build. The problem, man, is they act like they're going to keep LaMelo. And again, I don't know shit about basketball, but nope. See ya.
Yeah, he don't want to be in Charlotte no more. No.
Fuck's sakes, Tony, don't break my heart like that. Like, I'm still trying to have hope.
They're gonna have to there's only one way to keep him. It's gonna be money, because there sure ain't no fucking hope right now.
But he hasn't really earned an accolade to really get a serious bag compared to the home team.
I'm gonna just say
Brandon
Miller's great catch and shoot. They're saying
he's great at some other things.
If
that's what we need.
He's really good at the gun trade.
Facts, Tony. Facts.
He's like, man, I saw him. He was in not Blood Diamond. What's the one that Nick Cave got? Lords of War. He's like a damn fucking gun trader, arms dealer. He's an arms dealer.
Oh boy. Okay.
You don't know about that, Cody?
No, that's real. You're not joking.
Yeah, no. He so the story here, I'll read it. And I don't even follow this shit, and I know this is all like just wild. All right, what's his name again?
Wow.
Brandon Miller. Done.
MJ literally said all he can do is shoot, which is disrespectful first, but like, fuck, why do we pick him if that's how y'all just feel about him?
So yesterday, before the draft, again, we're a Panthers pod, we're Panthers fans, and I don't really tepidly know basketball at all, but I know that Zion Williamson was on the trading block, or there was apparently Shanna and Vashti were both kind of dropping hints at this. And as somebody who lives in Charlotte, it is more exciting when there's a buzz around the Charlotte Hornets. And I thought to have a player like that here in Charlotte, that would have been really cool. That's why I was disappointed they missed out on the number 1 pick.
Bro,
we ended up being number 2.
That man was born here. He was born at a hospital in Salisbury, North Carolina.
I know. That would have been perfect, dude. bring Zion to Charlotte, but then everyone wanted to cry.
No, man,
he's
dude, he's
all
just
the
gonna
time.
end up smashing every girl in Charlotte. And
So
not
what?
playing
I
He's
like
worse
that
than
about him.
Zach Wilson.
I like that about him, Tony.
He's
What are
not
you
gonna play
talking about?
basketball though. The dude said this is like he's not playing basketball because he doesn't feel like it, and nobody knew why. And then all of a sudden we found out why. He's just involved in like all day sexual orgies and filming it.
Well,
Here.
one shout out to him. That's awesome.
Did
but
you
number
hear that
two,
girl got
fine,
his-
but we don't need
that,
to
but
trade
Tony,
for it.
wouldn't that be more motivation for him to rejuvenate his career here
Not
in
after
Charlotte?
he got a $190 million contract,
Yeah.
fully guaranteed.
He has $190 million to keep smashing hoes.
Exactly.
I mean,
For the
Here,
next 5
Darius
years.
Miles.
I'm still in
listen
favor
to
of
this. This is the headline of one story. I'll read you two. Darius Miles was asked Brandon Miller to bring gun used to kill Jamia Harris. Police testify. That's the headline. Alabama's freshman basketball standout Brandon Miller brought the gun used on the Tuscaloosa strip killing of a woman that led to capital murder charges. Miles contacted Miller and asked him to bring his gun to where they were, according to police. The gun belonged to Miles. When Miller got to the scene, Miles told Davis the heat is in the hat. Detroit Brandon Culpepper said when what he meant was the gun was present. Miles added, "There's one in the head." That Culpepper said meant a round in the chain. Okay, well, we all know what the fuck this means. You don't gotta explain it like I'm an idiot. Ultimately, somebody said, "Yo, bring me this gun. I gotta go kill somebody." He said, "All right," and he didn't get charged for it. The reason he didn't get charged. This is a good question. Court testimony that Alabama's freshman basketball standout Brandon Miller brought the gun used in the strip killing of a woman last month stunned the sports world and beyond, immediately raising the question as to why he too wasn't charged with the crime. Legal expert said the decision whether or not charge Miller comes down to knowledge and intent. Based on what we know, they don't believe. Does not appear evidence exists that Miller knew that transferring the arm was for an unlawful purpose. Hindsight notwithstanding. What do you think it was for?
I'm gonna be honest. This is not a good look for the Hornets, considering the whole Miles Bridges situation. Like
Right.
a year ago.
Yeah.
That's what I was really thinking. Hearing that.
Yeah.
What a dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if this was your kid, just think about this. My son is 15. If my kid first owned a gun, whatever reason, right? But then somebody called him and asked him to bring it to a strip club or something, and they weren't like, "Oh, I'm in fear for my life." First of all, I would say no. What kind of dumbass? This is just a dumb decision. So I can't even defend this. They should have charged him, because you damn know if you're scared, then leave. Well, here, I'll be there in 35 minutes. Don't worry, we'll protect you. What the fuck?
So just so I'm clear here, he bought the gun, and then that gun was later used to kill someone.
Yes, but to be even more clear, Cody, the guy called him and said, "Bring your gun.
Bring me my gun."
Well, bring me your gun. I'm going to murder somebody." He didn't say the murder. But, like, think about this. What kind of dummy even gives somebody their gun?
Sorry, so Rob said he did drop 41 the game after when the crowd was chanting, "Lock him up."
He's got the killer's instinct.
That
he got
is
the killer instinct.
That's what I was about to say. As much of a fan of Jesus Christ, cannot speak. I'm a big fan of his game and what he does on the court. But during the draft, I can't be the only one who saw the interviews, and he just didn't really seem inspiring or anything. He just seemed very mellow, quiet to himself. The things he said kind of sound joyful, but like he had a little smile. He never got no, like Victor Wembanyama, Jesus Christ. Y'all know who
Don't worry.
He started,
pass on that.
Wembanyama.
He's been knowing he's the number one pick for like 3 years now. And he started to like crack some tears. Like, I was like, he's in the NBA, and he's
by the way, his sister.
It looked like he just like, what's up? Just like, just like as if I knew I was supposed to be here. Like he was Kobe or something. I'm like,
Or he's just
Brandon,
stupid.
But,
I mean, I hate to say that
that's what
about
I was
people, but
thinking.
some people can
No,
just
you're allowed
be
to call people stupid if they're
Like,
acting
he doesn't
stupid.
even know the if he can bring the gun to somebody, if he's that dumb, you think he's gonna win the press conference?
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and he said that, and like it's just like this is like I almost felt that he was JJ that he was trying to be so bad that he didn't get picked by Charlotte.
That's what I thought. Like, of course, everyone's gonna say that, but I was like, man, I don't even know if that's the case, just because of like the money circumstances. I don't know if he just really didn't want to go to Charlotte, or
well, look,
let me realize that the greatest guy who ever played basketball, according to 98% of the world, even though I know he never saw him play because Jordan was done.
Yeah, he never saw Michael
Jordan. But he owns the team. He owns the team, and he was like, I don't know. Who did he say was the best?
He said Paul George.
Hold on. JJ, that's pretty fucking dumb.
Hold on. Let me defend him real quick.
Over Michael Jordan?
People are freaking out. This is what he said.
I love it.
You see, I didn't really watch Michael Jordan like that growing up. Who I watched growing up was Paul George, and that was my go. That's who I modeled my game after. That's what it sounds like. He's like basically saying,
right?
Exactly,
I got you.
Like that's my favorite player.
Okay,
that's
now, all right, now that's a good. Then I misrepresented his comment.
Because it said go, everyone's like, oh my god, he didn't say Michael Jordan. They can't breathe now. Like it's like. I was like,
well, yeah, I don't
guys,
need him to say Michael Jordan. It just felt like this is like you don't need to say that. It's like kind of like this. It's like if your grandma makes the chicken and it's dry and she say, how's the food? You don't go,
yeah, you say it's good.
Dry.
Right.
So I guess
if you
just got
you're about to
misled
be
by
drafted, but also if you know that there's a potential that you're going to be drafted number 2 to the Charlotte Hornets, maybe you would say Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? It's
or
like,
you say the chicken's dry so you don't go to the Hornets.
Oh, yeah,
Portland is the fucking Trailblazers are the best slice of cake at the table.
God.
Yeah. But I want to bring this question back around, and then we're gonna go to this receiver debate that we've been having so hotly online. Is there forget disrespected? Is there another city that the national media expects less from when it comes to sports than Charlotte?
Houston.
Okay, yeah, let's name some of them off, right? Yeah, Oakland, but they might not have any teams.
Right. I mean, they lost their football. They lost. Now baseball's going to Vegas.
Yeah.
And they all stunk. And the athletics, man, they made a living out of stinking on purpose.
Detroit, that's another one.
No, the Lions have expectations this year, though.
Yeah,
Cody, Detroit would have been the answer, but the Tigers have won a World Series before.
Okay,
Chicago,
so the Tigers kind of saved them. Oh man, baseball.
Yeah, but the black.
Baseball.
Yeah, but the Cubs. They have
the White Sox.
By the way, and if you want to throw hockey in here, the Blackhawks were like the best team in the NHL.
That's a great point. Great point. Chris Chelios and all of them.
Up to the Canes. They just keep letting us down.
Regular season team. They're regular season warriors, man. That's what they are. They're a regular season team.
I always ask myself, how is that a thing? It's just scoring goals. But I'm like, people say dumb shit like that about football and basketball. So, like, I'm going to take it easy on hockey.
They're the best regular season hockey team. The problem is they just can't do it in the postseason, man. They've also won a Stanley Cup, though. So think about that. A team that has been around since 1998 has already won a cup
but
and
Vegas
been there
just
twice.
Showed, like, that's not even that impressive. Their first year, they got to the Cup finals, and then they just won it this year in, like, their first 6 years of existence. Like, they just, like,
they won the cup in
did.
06. They've been there twice. And they went through. Yeah, they won because I went and touched it. I went and saw it. It came to ECU.
Tony, I just remember saying.
Yeah, but they're not in Charlotte though.
No,
that's more
not.
like
right.
Yeah, that's more like a Carolinas. Yeah. So I mean, when you think of Charlotte, We have the Hornets and we have the Panthers. And I feel like every year, no one expects those teams to ever do anything good. Even
Why
when the
would you?
Hey,
even when the Panthers
JJ, how old
Football
was you?
town. It's a football town.
How old was you when in 06? 3?
It was like probably 4 at the time, type shit.
So you wouldn't remember it. I mean, really, if you
My
watched.
man said probably 4.
Like
He's like that Puerto Rican kid
right.
in that
No,
league where he's
right,
like,
Pickle.
what were you, 17 playing in a 13-year-old baseball league?
But I mean, hey, what
You
about
guys,
Atlanta?
well, JJ definitely don't remember that story. You guys remember that?
No, what?
Yeah.
The New York kid. So there was a New York Little League World Series kid, and he was from Puerto Rico, where I guess he's like from Queen. You know what I mean? They lived in New York.
Yeah.
And he was just like this pitcher that just dominated the World Series. Like he was just out, but he turned out to be like 17 and he was playing. Nobody had a real birth certificate on the kid. So he was like playing with 13-year-old kids. He's throwing like 98-mile heaters at these. And then they won the World Series. And then later, they couldn't produce the records. And there was like, they were like, well, I don't remember I don't know when
smarter,
he was born.
not harder.
It turned out to be bad PR for everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Cody.
Yeah,
But let's get back to these weak-ass wide receivers.
Sideshow Rob was born in 1990, like me. Shout out to your boy. Also, class of 2008. By the way, before we go on to receivers, I could even say Atlanta, maybe. Atlanta is like what, okay, the Braves. No, I can't say that. The Braves.
Washington.
The Braves just won a World Series. I can't say Atlanta.
Nobody gives a fuck about DC. Their sports teams are hot garbage.
Shout out to the Sideshow Rob. He said that dude we was talking about, Tony, he identified as a 13-year-old.
And shout out to Colby. Shout out to Colby, who remembers his name. His name was Danny Almonte.
Shout out to my man.
People turned out to watch this game. Baseball. Let's see. What's the old story about this? I'll figure this out. You guys keep going. I'm gonna figure out the Danny Almonte story. The purpose is a 20-year-old. He was 20.
That's even worse.
I gotta investigate.
All right, so look, it's time to do this. We've been arguing, we've been debating. This has kind of lit Panthers Twitter on fire a little bit. I'm gonna save my opinions for last. I'm gonna let y'all go on this. I want to hear from Pickle, from Don, from JJ. Where would you rank this Panthers receiving core? Because according to some people like PFF, people like ESPN, when they rank our weapons, that means including tight ends and running backs, people that can catch passes for the Carolina Panthers, they rank us as hot garbage. Now, me and Tony went through this on Tuesday and proved how many of these other teams that are ranked above us are also garbage at the receiver position. But go ahead, boys. How would you rank the Panthers receiving core plus tight ends and running backs, just their offensive weapons in general? How would you rank them going into this year compared to everyone else in the NFL?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and no, Pickle. Hold on. I got to get this. Because Tony on Tuesday said, when he was ranking, he said the last 3 rows should be in 1. Now, I think the last 2 should be in 1, but definitely not 3, because we all know the Falcons got way better weapons than us at all 3 levels. But what struck me,
I don't know about that.
That's about hot. That opinion's a hot garbage.
Hold on. No, Drake London's more proven than any receiver we have.
Bullshit.
Pitts is better than any.
Okay. So he's got a bigger foot.
Our old guy's done more than Drake London last year.
I mean, what?
Drake London had a better year than Adam Thielen last year, and there's like.
Oh, what about the year before that?
He was a rookie last year.
Okay, then my point's made. My point has been made.
Your point isn't made.
A 1 year wonder don't mean you hot shit. Hey, 1-year wonder don't mean bullshit.
Adam Thielen
Hey,
got
1-year wonder don't
for...
mean bullshit.
All right.
For money reasons. All right. So let me say this:
Tony.
is you said Drake London had a better season. In what capacity? Yards, touchdowns,
he had more
what?
yards. He may have had the same amount of touchdowns. He might have had 2 less, but he had more yards last year, playing with way worse quarterback play, and also didn't have the best receiver on the other side of the field while defenses were playing man coverage against them.
Oh,
because they
little
knew
baby, give
Adam
him a
Thielen
hug.
couldn't do one-on-one coverage and get separation. It's just true. Like, he wasn't worth the price he was at anymore. But my other point was
He had exactly 150 yards more in receiving than Adam Thielen.
Yeah.
He had only 2 more catches, but Adam Thielen also had 2 more touchdowns.
Yeah.
So I understand. I mean, I'm
Thielen
okay with you if you want to say that you're ready to say that London is currently a better player, but I don't think it's head and shoulders though. So think about that. It's like, that's not like, oh, well, they're automatically better.
But what about Kyle Pitts taking Hayden Hurst's job as a rookie, though? He literally took his job. Was like, hey,
that's because they gave it to him. That's because
he's a tight end.
Did he take it? Did he take it? Did he take it from him? Did he take it from him, or did Hayden Hurst just want to get out of Atlanta? Because that seems like that could be true too.
They had a solid tight end in Hayden Hurst, who I think is still cool and all, but like Kyle Pitts is definitely better. But my point was, on Tuesday, Tony brought up, he said for the Browns, he just immediately was like, accepted them as being better. And all he brought up was Amari Cooper. He didn't bring up Nick Chubb. He didn't bring up the tight end Njoku. He didn't bring up anybody else. He just had enough respect for Amari Cooper, which, by the way, his career high in receiving yards isn't higher than DJ Moore, despite how many more years he's played. I just want to put that out there to give you a preference or like reference to know, like, Amari Cooper isn't this amazing guy, but that was enough for him to clear the mark in Tony's mind. Like, just Amari Cooper alone.
But it was also Elijah Moore too, JJ, because they traded for Elijah Moore.
But he didn't mention that. What I'm saying is one standout receiver was enough for him to be like, okay, that's better than our receiving core. That's better than our weapons. And that's the case with a lot of other teams. And he didn't keep that same standard or consistency, which is why I brought it up. Like,
well, but I also think that Amari Cooper, to defend Tony just walked away. To defend Tony a little bit, I think that Amari Cooper has done it a lot more years than Drake London. So again, what Pickle's saying, it's not necessarily that Drake London is bad or whatever, but as of right now, he's a 1-year wonder. And by the way, so is Kyle Pitts. Like, Kyle Pitts can't, like, everybody wants to bitch about Terrace Marshall Jr. not being healthy and DJ Chark not being healthy. Well, the two best, the best player for Atlanta, Kyle Pitts, has also been injured a bunch of times. So, like, that's fair to mention in the conversation, I feel like.
And there are questions of whether Atlanta should have even selected Kyle Pitts as high as they did for what they currently have received from him. Which is
he set the rookie tight end record for most receiving yards from a tight end.
Well, that's
nice. Exactly. It is nice. It's great. It's better than what we're getting at tight end.
Their wide receiver core still ain't better than the Panthers.
I think Hayden Hurst might have a better year than Kyle Pitts, JJ.
Hold on. Not Tony. Cody, would you rather have Miles Sanders or Bijan Robinson? Please tell the truth, too.
I mean, Miles Sanders has been proven in the NFL.
Fucking serious.
You've never seen Bijan Robinson play one snap in the NFL.
I don't know that Bijan Robinson can even play in the NFL.
Hayden Hurst is a bust for an NFL pick.
What has Bijan Robinson done? But what has Bijan Robinson done?
What has Hayden Hurst done? What is fucking Terrence Marshall
Bro, he had 5 touchdowns. But all right, JJ, he had 5 touchdowns on a team with Jamar Chase, on a team with T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, and he was still putting up numbers in that offense.
400 yards and 2 touchdowns, Cody. He had 400 yards and 2. No, the things y'all literally say about these other teams can be said exactly about us. But you guys just give us the benefit of the doubt. And I'm like, guys,
what other team? What other teams?
Hat off.
All right, what about the
Colts?
Packers?
What about the Packers? The Colts have Michael Pittman, who's a proven 1,000-yard receiver in this league. He got 900 last year. They have Jonathan Taylor, who is come on, bro. Jonathan Taylor? Like,
he doesn't catch passes.
He clears.
Yeah, but he's an up-the-middle running back.
Running back and he caught plenty of passes.
Right, but no, JJ, hold on. No, JJ. They're talking about as a receiving group. So they're basically saying running backs that catch passes. Jonathan Taylor's not a pass catcher.
He has.
Yeah, he's not known. I'm just saying he's not known as a pass catcher. Let me get D's. Let me get D's in on this conversation. Go ahead, D's.
Yeah, so the reason why we say those things, JJ, is because coaching matters. And if you look at this list and this chart before you, where is Devontae Adams? And what was his stats last season? Did Mike McDaniels make Devontae Adams better? Did he have his best possible season? It doesn't matter what the weapons are or what you have. You have to have good coaching behind it. And a lot of these teams that are ranked above us on this chart have trash front offices. Then they have trash coaching staffs. It's like, do you really believe that the Saints are going to become amazing this year with that same coach that has sat there in failure for previous years? They should have won the division gangbusters last season with their roster, but they couldn't because their head coach is trash. And it's the same thing with the Raiders. They got Mike McDaniels, the head coach is trash. They're not going anywhere. And Todd Bowles ain't going to do anything to the Panthers defense against Everroad with whatever system they're putting together down there in Tampa Bay. There might be weapons. You can pay people to come play for you, but that doesn't mean you can put together a coaching staff that can do anything with them that's effective.
Hold on. I completely agree about Tampa. I don't know why you necessarily about them. But in terms of Devontae Adams, first of all, everyone knows Josh McDaniels is garbage as a head coach. Pickle will agree with that. Right, and he's argued about everything that came out of my mouth that I've said today, and he knows Josh McDaniels is a trash head coach. But Devontae Adams had his best year last year as a receiver. Josh Jacobs had his best year as a running back last year. Darren Waller got injured. That sucks. But there's been offensive weapons that still prove themselves just because they're that talented or in a good situation or relative. Like DJ Moore was able to show why he's DJ Moore in a bad situation. But we can't say that about some other players.
Last year.
We don't get DJ Moore still played great when he had Sam Darnold. At least
but his production was down because of poor coaching and poor offensive scheme. And it's the same problem that the Raiders are going to have, and that's why they let Waller go, a fantastic tight end. That organization's burning to the ground, and just because they have better weapons or they've paid better receivers, that doesn't necessarily equate to production.
Wait, the same coaching staff, he put up the same 1,104 touchdowns 3 years in a row, but had 200 less receiving yards. After
I want to say this when it comes to that list,
touchdowns.
When it comes to that list, okay, and I've been arguing with Tony, and I've been arguing with JJ. To me, unproven doesn't necessarily mean trash.
Who's unproven?
But one of the things that I've been saying about this receiving core is that when you if you compare what Cam Newton had at receivers when he was playing with the New England Patriots, dude, that's a trash ass receiving core that never had that was never ever going to get off the ground. They were trash. They didn't have any talent on that team at all. Whereas if you look at Carolina, we have at least 3 guys that represent very high upside receivers, and they just really haven't had enough of a chance to continue to prove that. I'm telling you that there's no way at the end of the season that the Panthers are going to be at the bottom of this list, which means that they're not trash, they're not hot garbage, and I think that they're a lot better than a lot of people in the media are giving them credit for.
Better quarterback play and better coaching. and scheming will absolutely help that. But as of right now, I don't blame anyone for saying this. You keep saying unproven, but outside of Jonathan Mingo, like most of these guys have like had their fair share.
No, 1 year. No, 1 year of Terrace Marshall Jr. is not enough to prove shit.
For fuck's sakes, Tony.
It's not. It's not.
Cody. Oh my God.
I'm catching strays over here.
You know what? To me, this entire list is hot garbage. I mean,
it's not
number
perfect,
one. You
but we're
put
talking
Tampa
about
Bay.
the Panthers.
To put Tampa Bay all the way up there is incompetence because of it's Tampa Bay and they've got that great head coach and they've got he's an excellent defensive coordinator who has always sucked and when he's a head coach by himself.
That has nothing
he's
to do
a
with
pathetic
the
excuse. This whole list is a pathetic excuse of horse shit. Buffalo Bills fans would tell you right now that their offensive coordinator that people wanted here as a head coach is hot garbage. And the problem that Buffalo has had is because their offensive coordinator is a piece of shit.
There's a lot
the Chargers can't get out of their own fucking way to save their life. Offensive, defensive, and special teams, and coaching staff and owner. So let's just stop with the bullshit.
To do with the players on the field. That's
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
They're ranking the players they have.
Okay, so what? Okay, all right. Okay.
We're talking about something else.
Pickle said, "Okay, so."
No. Okay.
That's what's up.
Cover me, Tony.
All righty. The Broncos. All the way up at tiers are supposed to be
Pickle. I'm not
good,
agreeing
right?
with everything on here. All right, but what I'm saying is the Panthers are ranked that low. That's all I really care about. I don't give a fuck about these other teams. What I'm saying, like in all their specific rankings, but compared to the rest of the NFL, our receivers are so unproven, and just what they have shown over the past year and a half is terrible. Compared to all these other teams, whether they're ranked higher, whether they're ranked or not, just compare the roster straight up. They're just not comparable.
That's been my point, JJ. Is that really you can't?
The Panthers are worse though. When you
not than the
them.
Colts, not than the Packers, not that. No, man, the Adam Thielen alone makes them just as good.
No.
Just as good. No,
you're picking too many teams, JJ. Like where I looked at the Colts.
Look, is this?
No, look,
the
how about
one
this?
in tier 3?
Just because they were
four
good 2
is
years
LA.
ago, don't
and
mean
the
they're
Commanders.
good now.
The Rams and the Commanders have arguably better cores right now. But there is a argument that the Panthers and the Falcons are comparable. There's an argument that the Giants and the Panthers are comparable. There's an argument that the Bears and the Panthers are comparable.
Yeah.
It might not be, I mean, because it's going to be subjective.
The Falcons, in my opinion. I don't think the Falcons and us are really, I think they have a better running back, tight end, and better wide receiver.
But that's not what we're just talking wide receivers.
They're not even going to throw the football.
And tight ends up there.
It does say running back and
talent.
It does.
That's why I said the Colts.
Well, by the way, no, that still applies even still, Tony. Like what we did the last Tuesday. Like when you look at the roster for the Packers,
okay,
I
was thinking this was just wide receivers.
No, but listen,
and I thought that on Tuesday as well.
Point. The Packers, the Cardinals, the Colts, the Rams. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't see how these teams are
I would love
better.
The Giants, the Patriots,
are like better.
The Texans. Those three other teams are on our tier. Everyone else, I would probably have their weapons more than us. Like the Titans have Derrick Henry, a rookie Treylon Burks from last year who showed plenty of more signs than fucking Terrence Marshall. Like, I'm just saying, like that's a little more proven than what we have.
You're out on Terrence Marshall way too fast.
I love Terrence Marshall. I want him to be good, but he hasn't shown him enough.
Can I ask? Look at the Rams and take away Cooper Kupp.
It should be lower for sure. But that's just
but he is the best in the game when he's healthy.
Exactly.
It's like,
okay, then
I know it's Justin Jefferson is really the best.
If we're rating it that way, they should be all the way up here next to the 49ers and the Seahawks. If
the
we're ready it that
49ers
way.
got three. The 49ers have 3 elite offensive players. They got Christian McCaffrey,
pros, yeah.
they've got Debo Samuel, and they got Kittle.
Like
But
Brandon
Cup is the
Ayuk,
best
don't
wide
we?
receiver in
Yeah.
the game,
Like,
so they should
Brandon
be up higher.
Ayuk is a player that they like a lot.
If he elevates them, he elevates them.
I would say the
I don't
Steelers
have
might be too
nobody
high
else
on this list. The Steelers are getting too much love on this list.
I mean, this to me, and I don't mean this
Stay woke,
disrespect to
Tony.
anybody.
They got
To me,
Deontay
this
Johnson,
entire list
Pickens,
is a popularity
Najee
contest.
Harris,
This
and
is like
Pat
the Pro Bowl.
Freiermuth.
It don't mean diddly shit to me. It really don't. Just like the Pro Bowl. The only reason why players get on social media and beg for you to vote for him in a Pro Bowl so they can get a roster bonus. It means nothing.
Well,
I
it
got
does,
Deontay-
Pickle. This is all
It
we
does
got
mean
to talk
something.
about in this time of the year.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does
agree.
mean something because we got to talk about it because there ain't nothing else to talk about.
But I mean, you brought up Pittsburgh, Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, Allen
Najee
Robinson.
Harris and Najee Harris and Pat
Yeah, they do
Freiermuth
got
at tight
Najee
end.
Harris. They
Like
got
that's pretty
Miles
complete
Boykin.
compared to us. Like fuck, I wish we had that. 2 competent wide receivers, a way better tight end, and Najee Harris instead of Miles Sanders. Bro,
Who's
they
their
clear us
tight
on
end?
all ends. Pat
Pat
Freiermuth.
Freiermuth had
Is he
1 year
that
in the
good?
NFL. No,
He's
he didn't.
good. He's
He
like
can't be
that,
head and
bro.
shoulders ahead of the guy we just got. He
Hayden
can't be
Hurst.
head and shoulders above him.
Yeah, I think JJ is too low on Hayden Hurst and on Terrence Marshall Jr.
Facts.
What has Terrence Marshall shown?
That's
For
fine.
fuck's
No,
sake.
I think
he
I'm
was
with
great in
JJ on
college.
this.
Started
It's
to turn it
potential. It's
on.
potential.
Oh my God,
He had-
college. Y'all said all
He
these
had a
guys were
devastating
fucking college.
injury.
These guys
Yeah.
all got the best pussy in college.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, D. No,
Like, what?
tell them about TMJ, D's.
Yeah, we were lucky to get him where we did in the draft. The guy, look at his fellow teammates and how well they're doing in the NFL. How many opportunities has TMJ really had, especially under the regime of Matt Rule? Those guys were jokes. They didn't even coach up the players. We talked about it last week. If they're not coaching up the players, how do you expect them to progress? You got to give the guy an opportunity to get out there and show what he can do. He started doing that last season. He was rated one of the highest in yards per catch, JJ.
right.
He was going up over receivers and coming down with the football. And he's continued doing that in practice so far this year. If you'll give him some time, I think he'll do a little better than what you're expecting.
He was also the top-rated receiver on go route.
Look, hold on.
last season.
Here, I think the truth lies in the middle between both of y'all. And first, D's just spoke facts, but between Cody and JJ, the truth is somewhere in the middle. One is he hasn't done anything. You're right, JJ.
Done
Two,
shit.
the thing
I
is
saw his
though
first
is
touchdown,
why
by the
though there's a couple of factors just to consider. One, he was a Joe Brady guy, and Joe Brady was out. You know what I'm saying? Joe Brady's out after a year and a half, so he was a Joe Brady guy. Two, he was not a Matt Rule dude. Matt Rule's wife did not tap him on the shoulder and say, draft this dude, because he was in Matt Rule's doghouse. He must not have taken the right notes or whatever the hell he was. But Matt Rule clearly didn't show love to him, while he did to Chuba over and over. Chuba be dropping everything and he'd be like, well, he's just going to keep playing. No, so there was something there. And
You'll get it next time.
Three, Terrace Marshall did, when he did get opportunities, he did make something of them last year, right? I mean, he did. It might not have been the most incredible shit you ever saw, but
some of them were the between the legs catch.
Right,
that was pretty fucking cool.
And four,
right.
going back to what he did in college, I don't want to over embellish that. I think Cody and them lean a hair too much on that. Yes, it was an incredible offense, but again, Joe Brady guy. At some point, we got to move past that. This year, though, this year is it. It's like we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
Cornerback 3 on the Falcons, bro. Like in straight up man coverage. I'm like, what is gonna happen when he gets put up against fucking Jalen Ramsey? Like, he's gonna get locked down. No catches, bro.
Nah, you don't know that, man. But JJ, this is what you're doing. You're not accounting for the fact that players get better with better coaches and a better quarterback. We
Right.
have
was
not
after
seen.
Matt Rule
We
got
it doesn't
fired.
matter. We have not seen everything that Terrence Marshall Jr. is capable of. There's
You're
no
right.
way we could
We
have.
could say that about every single team and their receivers
No,
too.
not
So
every
why the
single
fuck?
team.
Yes,
No,
yes,
that's
we
not
really
every
could.
single team.
We
Yeah,
could say
you
that about
said
all
that
the
just a minute
rookies.
ago about Drake London, where you were like, "Oh, well, he didn't even get the
You know what?
quarterback to
Terrence
throw to him."
Marshall.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Terrence Marshall averaged per
Because
catch.
he doubled Terrence Marshall's production
Terrence Marshall averaged 17.5.
and tripled his touchdowns.
All right.
Terrence Marshall Jr.
And-
didn't even play till fucking Wilkes got around,
Exactly.
Right, that's what I'm
Played
saying.
11
Like,
Drake
games.
London.
you're holding
Drake
him to an
London.
impossible
Drake
standard.
London only averaged 12.
Your point?
My point is, give
More
Terrence
yards per
Marshall a
catch.
full season and
He
see
was
what he
running
can
more
do
go
before you
routes.
throw him in the garbage.
It's just depending on the route they have you on.
Not true.
And-
We were on a team that couldn't even throw 200 yards.
And we had
There
an
was only,
offensive
we were
coordinator who
competing
didn't
for.
know his ass from a hole in the ground.
Tony, then how was he the top-rated receiver on go routes? Terrence Marshall Jr. himself. Like, it's not like I don't believe in the guy. I saw his first touchdown, his only touchdown in the NFL.
That's
Like, I
because
wanna
that's the only
believe
time
him.
they threw the freaking ball. You can't
No,
you
it
can't help it
wasn't.
when you have stupider throwing you the football, and you
That's
have
true.
dumbass up there
But
calling
JJ,
plays,
it just sounds like
and
you're
you have
saying
more
that.
brain being the head coach.
It just sounds like you're saying that we have already seen the peak of what Terrence Marshall
I'm
Jr.
not
is
saying that
capable of doing.
necessarily.
Well, it sounds that
But
way.
what I am saying,
I
though,
I know
trying to
people
say,
love Drake London. I do. I understand that. I was on a
I got a
podcast
crush on
last
him.
week where people were going at me because I said something about Drake London. He's the next god of the receiving corps
He's
in the
really
world.
good, bro.
He's
He
going to be a
is.
superstar among all
He's
superstars. To hear some
fucking
people
nice.
talk about it,
Terrence
but
Marshall
Nice as
Jr. is
fuck.
better than Drake London. Let's
But-
go. What's up?
Who?
I haven't seen
Terrence Marshall
that.
Jr.
I'm not. I mean, I'm not going to see.
He's
I
just trying to
haven't
make you
seen Drake
mad.
London.
He is.
No, I believe
Exactly,
that
Tony.
shit. Terrence Marshall
Yeah.
Jr. He's going to be a better player than Drake London. He's
I believe that.
faster. He's
He's got more
faster. He's
talent.
just as
The
tall.
only thing.
Yeah, he has more talent.
He's not
Yeah.
just as tall. Drake London
How
is
tall
2
is
inches
London?
tall. He's 6'4". He's better at catching the football.
Well, he's also
TMJ, all
slower
right,
than
better-
Drake.
TMJ is
no,
1
no.
inch shorter,
He's a,
and he's
he-
like
he-
what 0.10
TMJ's like
seconds
what, 6'2"?
faster.
Or
There
is
you
he
go,
6'3"?
hating on little people. I see how you are, Jay.
6'3".
Hey,
Quarterback,
next
6'7".
thing
I
you'll
love
be,
him.
next thing you'll be
Terrence
Joe
Marshall
State
Jr.
or Bryce
is
Young.
6'3".
Oh, all right. Well, that's cool. Anyways, London's a way better red zone threat. He's a way better route runner. He's way better at getting separation. Way better at
In
coming
1
down
year,
and
you
you
make
getting
a
haven't.
Falcon
protection.
pay.
But
You make
you
all
haven't-
Falcon fans proud.
You guys
You
haven't
have
watched
not
the
seen
players,
Bryce
though.
Young
And you guys
throw
are
the
making
man
your
this
opinions
ball.
on these other guys that you guys haven't watched necessarily like
No,
me.
but
Maybe
no.
I
What we're
have,
saying is that when you look at when Joe Burrow was throwing Terrence Marshall Jr. the ball, the dude was balling the fuck out. He had better numbers
fucking
than he
college,
had better
Cody.
numbers on than anyone else on that
Jalen
LSU
Reagor was
defense when
amazing
he
in
was
college.
healthy. I mean, I'm just saying he was more potent in that LSU
I
offense.
think JJ's right
than
about the
Drake
Drake London. We
was
don't got to
at
shit on
USC.
Drake London to make us feel better
You
about
guys
Terrence
shit on
Marshall.
everyone else though to try and like hype
I
up his
gotta-
potential. Like, I'm just being real. Like, he's a wide receiver. If he had like some serious potential already, he would have literally shown it in his opportunity given, or at least more of it. But I don't know. I'm just
Eric
like,
with
no,
the $5 says Terrence got the short end of the stick compared to his LSU teammates Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. And yeah, he wasn't favored in that offense. And yet, if you look back at his numbers, Terrence Marshall Jr. was kicking ass in that
he
LSU
was a
offense
dog.
until
I
he got
watched
hurt.
it. Forget
So
the
what I'm
numbers.
saying is, I feel like with the speed advantage, they're around the same height. To me, there's no reason why everything that you're saying Drake London is for the Falcons, there's no reason Terrence Marshall Jr. cannot be that same player and then some.
I
And
feel
I'm not
like
even
Terrence
saying that to
Marshall
just
Jr. at his peak or ceiling can be a poor man's T. Higgins. That's like a little less than T. Higgins, or even probably close to very the same. But like he just hasn't shown enough, man. I'm just saying. Like for us to just be like, oh, Terrence Marshall Jr. Like I'm just like, what the fuck ever. Like he hasn't done enough. Like
hey, I'm just saying, give him the opportunity and continue to give him the opportunity. No, that he hasn't even had enough of opportunity.
But
in
then
the
you guys
NFL
say
yet.
we have a better core than the Colts. Michael Pittman has proven way more than him. So how are we going to say we have a better core? Yes, he did. He had 900 yards and 4. He had 900
I have no
yards
idea
and 4
what
touchdowns. That's
I
way
have no
more
idea
than
what
Terrence Marshall
Pittman did.
Jr. Pickle. So again, hold that L. You
But
don't know
again,
what
he
you're talking
didn't play
about.
as long. He didn't play as long as Pittman did.
He missed
So
time. He played like 13, 12 games. He played like 2 more games, Cody. Like, let's be real. Like, let's stop making all these excuses and just hold them to what they've done
so
already.
what? He's on the same level as DJ Moore when everyone else was disrespecting DJ as a Panther. Like nobody puts Pittman as like a top 10 NFL wide receiver. Nope. So it's
I didn't say that. I'm just saying he's way better than any receiver we got right now.
So okay, we suck. We suck. Our wide receivers core suck.
No,
and
so hold on.
Everybody sucks, and we'll be lucky to win a half a game next year.
But no, JJ, you're saying that one wide receiver. No, hold on. That one wide receiver.
You're saying our wide receiver core sucks.
JJ, you're saying that
that's
one.
What you're saying.
JJ, listen. You're saying that one wide receiver for the Colts makes their entire core
and they're all
better than
Jonathan
ours.
Taylor and the fucking running back that has made an all-pro first team and led the NFL in rushing yards and rushing touchdowns in a season before. Yes, including Jonathan Taylor.
He did it under Frank Reich too.
Let me ask real quick.
Frank, our head coach would say the same.
Our
head coach would say the same thing too.
Would it be better? Would we have a better receiving core if we still had DJ Moore?
But yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so in hindsight, we should have stayed at 9, drafted Will Levis, and kept DJ
I didn't
Moore, right?
say keeping DJ Moore and having a better receiving core was the best idea, Pickle. Shut up.
But by the way,
I'm asking a question,
how
dude.
much better
Don't get
would
upset.
we be
I'm
with
asking
DJ?
a question.
We wouldn't
how much
be that
better
much better
truly
with
would we be DJ
It was
right
absolutely the right choice. As much as I love DJ, I have 3 DJ Moore jerseys. It's not like I'm just being biased.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask. Hold on. Let me calm this down a little. Why would you have 3 of the same jersey? Do you have every color in DJ?
I was trying to do that, and then he changed his fucking number like the rascal.
The number change. Okay, now I was like, gosh, that's some balling ass shit. You'll be like, I got every color and duplicates.
He was my favorite player, bro. Like, I
how
got
much?
love for
Like,
DJ,
here,
bro.
let me ask you this.
But I'm like honest and not biased, you know.
How much better, truly, would the Panthers be with DJ Moore, even with the same team?
Let's say we traded.
Say we didn't have to trade anybody. Yeah, say we just had DJ Moore and everybody we got in free agency. How much better would we truly be?
I'm gonna be honest. We'd be like, hold on, show the list again. Let's see the list.
Hold on.
See, I don't know, man. I
like I'd say we could be right there with the Falcons because at least we have a better number 1 wide receiver.
I'm gonna pull up the list, but hold on. I'm gonna pull up the list.
But what are you talking about, Drake London? It sounds like he's better than DJ Moore.
This was my point. Wait, hold on. Listen. This is my point with the Colts, right? All right, let's say you feel Pittman and Jonathan Taylor, fine. Let's say you say they're elite, right? But
way more proven than what we have.
Fine. But when I'm adding together, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, a young, promising rookie in the form of Jonathan Mingo, and I compared them to Alec Pierce and Isaiah McKenzie, like, what the fuck is that? They don't, like, I feel like even if they have better options, we have a more well-rounded receiving core. Like, they might have one or 2 players. Right, the depth of talent that we have on our receiving core is one of the most underrated things that people are not giving us enough credit for. They can attack every level of the field. They can go deep. They can attack the middle. And we have the bruiser guys underneath, like Miles Sanders and Laviska Shenault.
I don't overvalue. I don't overvalue the importance of a number one receiver like some people do. Some people take a guy and they call him a number one wide receiver, and without that guy, the entire team's going to suck. That's just the way they see it. That's just the way they see it. But to me, it's like driving a car with. Well, that's a bad example for him.
But you have to realize a number one receiver alleviates pressure from the other guys. Like instead of Darius Slay guarding DJ Moore, now he's guarding Terrence Marshall. He's gonna lock up Terrence Marshall. At least these other guys can have.
You don't know that.
The defense don't exactly know where you're throwing. If you have a number one wide receiver, you're pretty much guaranteed when your quarterback is going to go to that number one wide receiver 90% of the time. Without that number one wide receiver, it leaves a bunch of balls open for a bunch of other fellas.
You're right, Pickle. This receiving core just wouldn't be better with DJ Moore at all. Like,
I don't think that's what he said either.
No. He said the number one wide receiver. Just the importance of having a number one there.
It's a luxury.
Isn't as important as people.
It's nice to have one. It's nice to have one.
In today's NFL, it's not.
It's incredible to have one, but you don't. All right, let me ask you this. Who was the number one wide receiver for the Chiefs last year?
Travis Kelce. Let's be real.
No, that's not a receiver. I hear you.
I understand that.
I hear you. He basically is a receiver, but I'm talking about. But I'm talking about at the receiver position. Oh, Juju's a number one wide receiver.
500 more yards and triple the amount of touchdowns.
Kadarius Toney.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like we don't have like a bunch of.
They have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Right, and that's the point, JJ.
Right. That's the point we're trying to say.
When you have the quarterback, and coach combo, that elevates the talent of all the offensive weapons around them.
Oh, boo fucking who? Blow me.
That's true.
It's the one and only. Look at all those teams. They have multiple weapons. Look at all those teams.
Not all of those teams. Who are the Packers' multiple weapons?
I said the top 3 tiers. Where the Chiefs are? Yes. All those teams just have multiple weapons. That's the one.
How many multiple weapons do the Buccaneers have?
But listen, hold on, I don't think none of us are saying that you have to put them in the top 3 rows.
No.
What we're saying is putting the Panthers at the bottom at hot garbage and having teams like the Patriots, the Rams, the Cardinals, and the Packers ahead of us, that's some dumb shit.
Yes, that's dumb to me. May not respect the Panthers as much as we do, but that's not necessarily the point. They're all hot garbage then. All right, the Patriots and the Giants receiving cores are also garbage. We know that. That's not the point. The point is the Panthers receivers are terrible compared to the rest of the NFL.
So what do you want to do about it, JJ?
No, you said the rest of the NFL, not half of the NFL.
How?
Adam Thielen is not hot shit.
We'll draft someone. We'll sign
Adam Thielen was just as good as Drake London last year.
No, he wasn't.
I mean, he was. Dude, his numbers were in the same ball.
You know what?
Tony pointed it out earlier.
When you're rebuilding your entire team, you don't always get the players you want when you want it because you stomp your foot and kick and scream that you want it. Sometimes you have to take what you've got or what you can afford or what you get and smile and go on. Because the rest of the NFL don't give a shit whether you got it or not.
We just, should have the best receivers. What I'm saying is Cody said it was bullshit that they were in hot garbage.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of people that agree with Cody on that opinion. I'm not saying we're super elite by no means. I'm not even saying we're at that a little more to be proven. I'm just saying I don't think they're hot garbage. I could say they're not very good, or maybe they have a lot more to prove. But they're not hot garbage.
And being unproven does not equal hot garbage. And in fact, I think a lot of these teams that everyone is over projecting. So, for example, the Lions. To me, there's no reason in the world why the Panthers couldn't be comparable or better than the fucking Lions.
Stop
I'm sorry,
it. They have
Ahmed
Ross
St. Brown. I'm sorry, that
Respect him.
He doesn't do a lot for me, man.
Respect him. They have Jameson Williams too. Even though he got suspended.
that okay, fine. That just doesn't do a whole lot.
He's going to be suspended. He don't even count on the roster. He's not even there, so you can't count him.
Captain. He'll play this season.
I also think. Again,
they also had the best offense in the league last year.
Exactly. Like, fuck's sake. Show some respect.
No, I ain't showing no damn respect to him.
The Panthers were dead last year.
No, him or the freaking
last year.
Tony, I still think that the Panthers could do better than them.
I tell you what, you know what, my personal opinion is, I don't think the Lions are going to be any good this year.
I don't think so
either.
That's
my opinion. I really don't think they're going to.
I think
there's
they're all
too many people. Every time you hype up the Lions, they come out and screw
I'm not
the
saying they're going to be good.
I feel about the Lions.
They just have better weapons than
I feel about the Lions
whatever
everyone
you
feels about
see,
the
dude.
Browns.
I mean, just like last year, and I'll sit here and say I told you so.
I feel about the Lions how everyone feels about the Browns. Everyone expects the Browns to be a good team, and then they're not. The Lions are the same shit. Everyone expects the Lions to be a contender, to have this big-time team, and they never do, and they always disappoint people. Also, and we beat their asses at home last season. So forgive me for not wanting to shower them with roses. Go ahead.
If it wasn't for Deuce Daly, the Lions wouldn't have got where they are. They don't have him anymore. So
and we got Deuce on the team, baby. Let's go. Go ahead, Deuce.
Yeah, so best wide receiving groups doesn't equate to best wide receiving production. That's my main thing about the list. If you want to doubt the Panthers wide receiving squad, that's okay. You can doubt those guys if you want to, but I would believe in the quarterback. I would believe in the coaching staff, and I would believe in the offensive scheme because that's going to equate for a lot of yards by itself. It doesn't matter who the receiver is. As long as it's not me or Pickle, they're going to be productive.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I heard Pickle's got a pretty mean on. Is that true, Pickle?
Well, I've been told that.
I mean, look, man, like, I don't know. We can go back and forth on these receivers all day. I mean, again, I'm just when I paired these two things together,
it just feels like y'all
a wide receiving core. No, I feel like you're nitpicking. I feel like you're
y'all
taking.
Are like, oh, we're not bottom 3, we're bottom 6.
The same idiot.
I feel like I feel like we're not in the bottom 15.
DJ Chark, holy shit!
I feel like we're not in the bottom 15. What? I don't think the Packers are not better. The Cardinals are not better. Fucking who else?
Okay,
the Broncos. Fuck the Broncos, bro.
No, you're right, Cody. We're not bottom 3. We're bottom 8. No, I'm just saying.
We're like
fuck.
Bro, we're probably
you guys
like
just dismissed the entire point. Like the point is, our receivers are completely untrustworthy. Like we don't know any of them are going to get over 800 yards next year.
Dude, but you don't know that they won't. You don't know that they
it ties
won't.
into the. It ties into the previous conversation. We just got done talking about how disrespected Charlotte is in sports. And every time you see something like this come out from the national media, this is where the Panthers are. And I think we're really going to prove those guys wrong this season, and hopefully we get some traction in the national
That would
league.
be the best thing, honestly. Like that, like obviously that's what us Charlotte fans like hope for. I'm just saying, like y'all be hyping up this mid right here. I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, we're saying that you haven't even smoked on this strain yet. That you haven't even seen what this is capable of doing.
I was smoking
That's
that
what we're saying.
Pack last year.
I mean, not really. If you're saying that every other wide receiver is better than Terrace Marshall Jr.
I don't.
Like
yeah, that's wild.
Like,
I mean, if but now, JJ, if that's what you call smoking on him, I guess that
are y'all really?
Yeah, bro, you are not. No. You do not get to say that you've smoking that Terrace Marshall pack.
I was smoking it after that Bengals game when he scored that touchdown. What you mean, Cody?
I'm still
he's
smoking.
Still one of the worst wide receivers
I'm still
in the NFL
smoking it.
He is, as of right now, yes.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess, but now let's be fair. Let's be fair. The people that made this list had Matt Rule as one of the best head coaches in the business 3 years ago.
No, the fuck they didn't.
Yes, the fuck they did. Look it up.
Wait, say that one more time, Pickle.
The people that made this list had Matt Rule as one of the best head coaches in the business 3 years ago.
Pickle, what are you talking about?
I don't know who made this list, but let me tell you, the list is bad.
It's just an Instagram page, bro. Like,
no, it's not. No, it's not. The people that made this copied it off PFF. PFF made a list exactly. They didn't do the diagram. You understand? They didn't do the diagram, but they made the list. And
they made a different tier list.
Everything's the same on their list. The difference is they didn't use the diagram.
Anthony, if you don't get your ass in here, you don't play football on paper, bro.
This is just
you don't play football on paper.
Instagram post is just copy and paste because some jackass who don't have the ability.
And by the way,
there's his own ability.
There's a bunch of different publications that are saying that the Panthers have one of the worst wide receiving cores in the NFL. And I'm here to tell you that that's bullshit.
I hate fantasy anyhow, so you watch me. You watch me. Just for spite.
You pick them, Pickle. You'll be in last place. Just for spite.
I don't like fantasy anyway. Fantasy football anyway, so.
I don't think Bryce Young had the best wide receivers last year, and he did all right.
I hope he helps. He should definitely help the situation.
Bro, Bryce Young is about to elevate these fucking wide receivers to a level that you and Anthony are just not prepared to see, bro. I'm telling you. Your shit's about to be blown the fuck away this year, bro.
Cody, in the sixth game, Sam Darnold played, DJ Moore put up averages that if Sam Darnold played the whole year, DJ would have had 1,093 yards and 11 touchdowns.
But Sam didn't play all year, did he?
He didn't. That's what I'm saying.
Sam Darnold didn't play all year, and neither did Terrace Marshall Jr.
You know what blows me away? You know what blows me away, Cody? This free agency, and you could go back, folks, on the Friday free for all on C3, and you can look at all of them up and see if I'm wrong. You'll see JJ and Anthony being one of those kicking and screaming to sign Adam Theoden to get DJ Chark here. Now all of a sudden we did that.
Yeah,
now all of a sudden they're hot fucking garbage.
They're garbage.
Make up your goddamn fucking mind.
Yeah,
you can't have a guy up 3 months later because another so-called Panther fan page tells you how bad they are, and now all of a sudden they hot garbage. Yeah, I called him Panther.
He wasn't a Panthers fan. He said he's such a big Panther. It was a joke. He didn't even say the word fan. That was you misunderstanding, first of all. And
wait, who is a big Panther?
The reason it was the video I sent in the group chat earlier. That's besides the point. Me and Anthony, of course, wanted these receivers because they were an improvement to what we had after the DJ Moore trade. So, of course, we still wanted them because they were an improvement from what we already had.
Well, if they're hot garbage, you'd be stupid to want them.
That doesn't mean compared
if they're hot garbage, you'd be stupid to want them.
It doesn't mean compared to the other 32 NFL teams that they're better than a lot of them.
If they're hot garbage, we don't need them.
Literally, the only point
that you and Anthony wanted to start with,
the only point that I'm making to you is that the only point that I'm making to you is that when you look at Terrace Marshall Jr. and DJ Chark and Jonathan Mingo, right? The three of them, do they have to prove it? Absolutely. But they represent speed, they represent size, they represent physicality, yards after the catch. Hold on. Now you have Bryce Young. Now you have Bryce Young, a player who has proven that he can distribute the ball to multiple wide receivers at a high level, and you're going to have him spreading around the ball. You made the point about Sam Darnold, that when Sam Darnold came out, DJ Moore was on track for this. All right, imagine you have Bryce Young throwing to Terrace Marshall Jr. and all those boys for 17 games. That has the potential to be a very, very, very high-powered offense.
The same potential with Steve.
Garbage doesn't have potential, JJ. Garbage doesn't have potential.
No, you're right.
It straight up doesn't.
You know, JJ. In reality, and I don't mean to. I know you don't remember this. I really. Back when they drafted Steve Smith in 03. Or not 03.
Weren't a lot of people complaining because he was a kick returner or some shit like that?
Yes,
and
everybody said, everybody spit talked the Panthers. Yeah. Can't believe you wasted a third round pick on a fucking kick returner. And they were going ballistic. No. Fans in preseason games were booing Steve Smith when he got on the field. And the Jerry Richardson, the owner, was having them fans throw it out of the stadium for booing him. Fact.
He had a kick return touchdown his very first touch.
Yes, but fans didn't give a damn about that. You spent a third round pick on a special teamer. That's what fans believe. Yeah, back then, everybody believed if you were a special teamer, you weren't taken until 6 or 7. Back then, people didn't give a damn about special teams.
Well, none of these guys on their teams are special teamers. They're just very limited receivers as of now with unproven abilities.
Well, to be technically honest, Bryce Young is very unproven, so he could just be a bust like everybody else.
Yo, Muscles.
It's fact of the matter, buddy.
Yo. You would have hated. All right.
You're damn right I would have, but you didn't say it, so I don't have to hate it.
Chat. He's just a hater. Come on now, caught in 4K.
Hey, by the way, Muscles, I just had to do the chat, bro. I didn't even know you weren't in there. That's on me, brother. But no, listen, man. Like I said, I'm excited.
But everybody's
about like the only thing I'm trying to say to JJ is that whatever you saw last season, it doesn't have to be that way this year for the Panthers. Like, and to me, it is naive to believe that Terrace Marshall Jr. can't be a lot better than he was last year with a better coach and a better quarterback.
For me to believe for them to be better than what they've shown so far.
Say that again?
I said, why is it so naive to believe more than what they've shown on the field so far?
No, I'm saying it's naive to believe that you have already seen everything that Terrace Marshall Jr. is capable of to the point that you could. No, but you're saying, all right, if Jalen Ramsey gets him one-on-one, he's locking him up. All right, you don't know that.
The third string Falcons corner was in man coverage and beating him in most plays. How am I supposed to feel moving forward if he's supposed to fulfill this number one wide receiver role and he's going to face even better competition, like the best of the best in the NFL at the cornerback one position, and he's unproven. Now he's got to prove that against better? Man, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. Not good, clearly. But like, y'all just got this unlimited hope that he's got that black and blue. It's like what Twombly's saying. Like, even though he was wrong saying that about Bryce Young, he's like, y'all see him in that black and blue, and y'all just ready to just like say anything sometimes. I'm like, he was
I would not say that about any
field.
I would not say
you
that
said about Shi Smith, Cody. It's not.
I still like Shi Smith.
He's garbage.
I still like Shi Smith. I like upside players. Anyone who knows me knows that I love the upside players. I
like Jamar Chase
and if you look at this Panther receiving core, there's a lot of upside left to be had.
I would like the proven wide receivers of the LSU trio of 2019. I would take Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson out of the three.
You know what? To be honest with you,
I think I'd take the proven ones. I don't know about you.
There was a price if you was the owner and you wanted to pay it, you could get one of them. You would be more than your coaching staff would probably resign as soon as you did that, and your GM for that matter. But you can play it if you wanted it. So
Frank Reich already come out and he said that we were gonna spread the ball around. So that's what we should expect. We should expect for the Panthers to spread the ball around, and if we don't have a true number one, It's because it's been schemed that way into the offense.
Yeah,
and we don't really need that true number one.
My opinion is it's just my opinion. My opinion is they plan to develop YGM, great day. They plan to develop Terrence Marshall Jr. and Mingo as the future. I believe next year, unless he has a breakout superstar year, but then he'll want a bunch of money, and I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, but people say things. Matt Rule said it took 7 fucking years, bro. People say shit like, I'm trying to see shit. I'm trying to see shit.
Matt Rule was born an idiot. He'll probably die idiot.
Ron Rivera was an idiot too.
But again, you and Ant have like this glass half full mentality. And listen, I understand that. I'm not even blaming you for having that mentality. But if you're gonna say that I'm looking at these receivers with Panthers colored glasses and that I'm just projecting them to be great when there's no reason to, well, I can also make the same case that y'all are doing the same thing to them by saying, oh, well, you know, they haven't done anything to this point. They're not going to be shit. Like, you're doing the same type of projecting on them when that's not even necessarily true. Like, they have the potential, all of them, to be much better players here in Carolina than they have been in their past. But that goes for all of them. Go ahead.
Let me say this because I don't have long. But I told you that day while I was driving, bro. Listen, I get it. Every player has potential to be good in the NFL. That's how the NFL works. That's how any league works. But you just because you haven't proved anything.
Every player, Anthony. I disagree with that.
How?
Every player. What about Cam Newton when he was with the Patriots?
What about Shi Smith with the Panthers?
No, you're talking about say Keanu Neal or N'Keal Harry.
Hold on.
I get out of here, guys. Hey, y'all have a good night. Have fun. Argue your hearts out.
Okay, all I gotta say is this.
Have a great one.
The fact is that this team these wide receivers on paper. This room is not better than most of the rooms in the league, and there's nothing wrong with that. I said it can get better, but right now, where it is where it needs to be because it's an unproven.
Right now.
What? Yeah, I'm talking right now. I never said they could never get better, but that's what no one's understanding. You guys are arguing
it could be way better, but like. Right now, it's just not.
Exactly, and there's nothing wrong with that. If they prove them,
there is something wrong with that.
How?
I mean,
there's nothing wrong with admitting that.
But all I'm saying,
I just don't think
I'm about to introduce.
Like Cody.
Look, we got 2 new guests that are going to add to the conversation here. The only thing I'm saying is when you look at unproven players that have the potential to be incredible. Then in my mind, you can't rank them at the very bottom, especially when there are other teams that we have demonstrated and looked at their rosters that they don't have as much talent as we do. The Cardinals don't. The Packers don't. I don't think the Bears do. There's a bunch of them, man. But look, we're going around in circles. I want to introduce some brand new voices to the conversation. I'm about to introduce, well, first up, 704 Charlotte Bound Show, the proprietor, the runner of this show. You know him and love him. Twan Don, what's up, brother?
What's good, fellas? How y'all doing, man? I got a bit of a cold tonight, so I'm gonna try to rock with y'all for a minute.
I hate that, man. Glad you could join us. Hope you start feeling better, man.
What's good, fellas?
Get you some of that chicken noodle soup, bro.
Yeah.
It does wonders, man. And then next, you're right, we have been infiltrated by a Falcons fan. Thankfully, he's a cool one, and we rock with him. It's my man, Big Wolf. Wolf, what's up, bro?
What's up, Wolf?
What's going on, man? What's going on? How's everybody doing? Everybody okay?
We're doing good, man. We're getting live on the free-for-all today, bro.
That's it, man. It's a free-for-all, man.
Leo Factor.
They hyping up some mid-ass receivers.
Mm-hmm. So we got Anthony in here.
But Anthony Pickle,
what's up,
and
JJ,
the Falcon fan.
So I'm first of all, I'm gonna shout out Anthony. Shout out to Anthony, man. Twan versus everybody. Anthony did an excellent fucking job, man.
Yeah,
That was one of my favorite shows, bro.
Hey, appreciate it, bro.
Yeah,
A lot of fun.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it.
If y'all haven't seen that show, go check that show out.
Congratulations.
It's got a lot of elements to it, old school versus new school. It was incredible.
Okay.
It's incredible.
Go check it out.
Absolutely.
On the
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, let me go to my man Big Wolf right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me bring up the same graphic.
Okay.
That way you'll know kind of what we were talking about, right?
You guys talking about the receivers, right?
Yeah, man, we're talking about just receiving cores in general in the NFL. And by the way, let me hold on, JJ. I don't necessarily know who made this list, but what I do know is there's a bunch of other publications that are saying that the Panthers are amongst the worst in the NFL. And like, you know, that's something that I got a problem with. And I saw you put in the chat the Falcons and the Panthers, like they're kind of comparable in terms of like what they're going forward with this year, man. So give me your assessment on this.
So if you have to take a look at both organizations, right? When you take a look at both organizations, there's been a lot of changes, right? So over the changes, it's because they want to win now, right?
Yeah.
So when you have a product, right? When you have a product and the product isn't good for a long period of time, you have to make it good. By any means necessary, you have to make it good. Either you got to sell tickets or you got to sell merchandise or you have to sell something to the fan base, right? The rivalry in the South has been soft, right? The rivalry in the South has been soft because the division has been bad. The division has been bad. Like right now, I could get Saint tickets for like $12. In New Orleans, right? And 10 years ago, you couldn't even get that, right? You couldn't get that. You couldn't get Carolina Panther tickets for so cheap if you was a Falcon fan, or even Tampa Bay when Sean King was down there. I remember going to a game where Sean King was quarterback down there. So you have to give the fan base something. And right now, the two teams are structuring for the next 5 years. Everybody talks about what we're gonna do this year, but the coach Frank Wright, Arthur Smith, they're planning for 5 years. They're planning for in order for us to be in the playoffs, both teams, for the next 5 to 6 years, because we haven't been in the playoffs for such a long time. I think for us, it's been about 8 years, and it's time you have to make the playoffs, and you have to consistently make the playoffs in order to give something to the fan base, right? If you don't give anything to the fan base, we could do all the talking in the world. We could go back and forth. We can argue. We could fight. We could do whatever we want to. The bottom line is that my team hasn't been to the playoffs in a very long time, and I'm tired of talking about what the season is going to be if we don't make it to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Because that is why I have all the Atlanta Falcons content creators in a frenzy, because I don't care about what you're going to do week 1. I want to be able to go into week 18, week 19, which is playoff games. I don't care about week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. They're very important, but I want to be able to have a 20-game season, a 21-game season. That's what you want.
Care about December football,
right?
Exactly. So if we're always going to talk about what our team is expected to do, you guys should be upset. You guys should be upset if the Panthers are in a low bracket anywhere, just like I should be upset about the Falcons being in a lower bracket. I mean, it's just we're tired of not making the playoffs. What are we talking about? It's the show should be, when the hell are we going to make it to the playoffs again? That's what the show should be.
And Wolf, to kind of piggyback off what you're saying, right? So this list that I have right here, they got the Falcons under tier 4. Yeah. And that says a lot more to prove. Now that doesn't say that they're garbage, right? And that's where I'm saying the Panthers should be. Because even though you have a lot to prove, it doesn't mean that you don't have a lot of talent there to be had. And that's the point that I'm trying to make to JJ and to Anthony, is that this receiving core, yes, do they have a lot to prove? Absolutely. DJ Chark has to stay healthy. Terrace Marshall Jr. has to continue to get better and grow as a player.
Adam Thielen needs to stop declining with age.
He almost had 10 touchdowns last year, JJ.
He had 6.
Whatever, dude. Hold on. Let me welcome my bro from the Black Cat Panther Podcast. My guy, Pop, up in the building. Pop, what's up, bro?
What's up with y'all, man? What's up?
What's
up,
Pop?
How y'all doing, man? How the panel?
Doing good, man. Hey, man, talk about this list right quick, man. Tell me that the Panthers, that our receiving core is not hot garbage, Pop. Or is it?
It's not hot garbage. It's not hot garbage. It's just unproven.
Right. A lot to prove.
It's a lot to prove, but if everybody's healthy, we have a dangerous wide receiver.
I agree with that. I like that. I'm not saying they're hot garbage at all, and that's what I got upset about. Is they're not hot garbage. Now I'm not saying they should be up here in tier 3. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah. To me, like they were saying earlier, put them up here with the Falcons and the, I'm all right with that list.
Right.
But I could even see if you want to put him up here in 5, but to put him in hot garbage, that's just somebody who doesn't know. Who doesn't know.
Okay, I get what you guys are saying.
So let me speak on the subject.
A little more focused. All right, go on. Yeah, you got that.
All right, let me speak on this subject real quick. So I never thought the day where I'd actually agree with JJ. And I agree with Anthony as well. The Carolina Panthers in our existence, we've only had 7 years where we had double-digit wins. 7 out of 20 what?
That's pathetic. Like
over the last 5 years, y'all know what's been going on over the last 5 years. It's hard for us to even crack 6 wins. So when they put us down in that section, it's accurate. I think y'all are more bothered by the word hot garbage. It's accurate. Nobody in the NFL is going to give us any credit until we start winning games. And I don't care what y'all like on paper. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can look fine on paper, but we hadn't done anything with the shit yet. And all we've been known for lately is losing. So one thing I don't like that I see people do, JJ, hold tight. One thing I don't like is it's come at me before. Like when people have a different opinion on this team, and I've seen it happen with Anthony, I've seen it happen with JJ. People in the chat are like, "You're not no Panthers fan," because I don't want to come up here and tell y'all delusional shit. Because I don't want to come tell y'all shit that make you happy, make you all feel all warm and fuzzy on the inside. It's the same shit that Wolf deals with with Atlanta fans, because he doesn't tell them everything they want to fucking hear. Sometimes you have to hear the truth in order to go forward. We're not very good. Yes, we look decent on paper, and we do this every year at the beginning of the year. Until we see it, then we shouldn't expect anything to change about how these other people feel about us. We have to prove shit.
Last thing, Cody, because I got to.
Well, Anthony's getting ready to leave. Let me let Anthony go, and then I'll let you go, JJ. Go ahead,
man. Listen, let me say this last thing. I never once said we couldn't get better, so I don't want that to be mistaken from anyone. This is just how I feel as we stand. Now, when we at the end of the season, and I damn sure hope our wide receivers in the first tier. Like, obviously, I'm a Panthers fan, and like Twan said, there's nothing wrong with saying the truth of what the situation is at the moment. Because I even said before, man, like I just trying to limit my expectations a little bit so I don't get disappointed.
Right.
So, but before you go. New York and LA media already crowned the Panther fans NFC South champions. You do know that, right?
Right.
You do know that, right?
No, yeah.
That shit don't go to my head though, Wolf.
No. But wait a minute. So 2 months ago, when the New Orleans Saints that signed Derek Carr in the big media market, in the big media journalistic market, they crowned the Saints. Now, all of a sudden, if you look at ESPN, FS1, and the big journalists that are doing football right now, Bryce Young is getting more attention, and the Carolina Panthers are getting more attention right now.
It's undue though, Wolf. Wolf, it's undue because we ain't did shit with it yet.
Well, wait,
We're getting
why do you?
Bryce Young.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm about to ask. Well, why do you think that is? Why do you think that? You said New York and LA and a lot of these
basically because they have to.
Like, do you think that's because of Bryce? Why do you think that they're predicting that?
It's coaching staff. It has nothing to do with Bryce.
So
because the division's ass.
So my sister works in public relations, right? For she works for public relations for the government, but she works in public relations, and she has a lot of people that do public relations, and she has a couple of people that she knows in the NFL that do public relations, and the number one pick or the first overall, first to 10 picks, you have to give them a lot of media coverage and a lot of public relations. A lot of organizations pay for the big media to start talking about them a lot more because you need to talk about something. Football, obviously, we're in the summertime, so we have to get stories to go all the way till September. So you have to keep the stories interesting. You have to keep the fans interested on what's going on because football is a slower process. There's only 17 games. So it's a slower process. The media is very slow. But what my sister and a couple of people that she's spoken to and a couple of people that she's told me about and stuff like that is saying that, like, the reason why the Panthers are getting a lot of attention now is because he is his story, his background, and he has the potential to be a very, very good quarterback, a very, great quarterback. My whole thing is that if he does win the division, it's a win for you guys. It's a nightmare for Falcon fans. It's more of a nightmare than it is a dream, right? Because he is the first number one pick. He comes in, he sets the NFL on fire. Not only that, but he sets the division on fire. Guess what? Tampa Bay, New Orleans, and the Falcons have to go back to the drawing board. They have to go back to the drawing board.
Wolf, let me rebuttal that, Wolf. So the way that, and I'm not, I'm not no fucking Falcons fan, shout out to Wolf.
Of course.
But the way y'all the way y'all combat that, just like we could have did a lot of years when they had us set at the low bar. The way y'all combat that is y'all come out and win. You don't have to be any fucking thing that these guys at poll teams say you're gonna be.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course. Yeah,
so if Atlanta comes out and balls out or whatever, then, I don't listen to a lot of these polls and shit anyway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The remedy to that is taking all that shit in and being like, you know what? We'll show them. You know what I'm saying? We'll win.
But they love they're loving your front seven. They're loving your front seven.
I love it too. Shit.
They love the front seven. They love the front seven. They love your guys' corners. They're getting a lot of burn right now, and they're getting a lot of media coverage right now. Especially in New York. In New York, it's hard for you to understand when they talk about Southern teams. It's very, very hard for them to talk about Southern teams.
Trust me.
You're right.
They don't like doing it.
They don't like doing it. They do not like talking about the Falcons. They don't like talking about the Panthers. They don't like talking about Tampa. They don't like talking about none of the teams. Especially college football. Up here, as you know, college football isn't big in the North. It's just not big in the North at all. So when you have that coverage, you kind of look at it and say, okay, what was the shift? Right? What was the shift in them saying they went from crowning the Saints to crowning the Panthers? So
is Anthony all good?
Yeah.
He just did.
I'm sorry, man. He dipped. Okay, my bad. My bad. But my bad. I just wanted him to know that they crowned you guys because I was gonna put that on my next video. I had the guy actually talked about the Panthers on a major segment in New York City, and Bryce was at least like 5 minutes. The rest of it was the Panther defense, the head coach, the coaches that you guys hired, it was basically about.
Hey, but Wolf, you know, like I know, but what do you have to do at the end of the day, Wolf? What do you have to do at the end of the day?
We gotta win.
You gotta win. You gotta win.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta win.
None of that shit matters if you don't win.
Yeah.
Let me say this: I'm the biggest Bryce Young fan on this panel, probably besides G Baby. And dude, I don't even care about the media attention he's getting or any of that shit because regardless, it doesn't matter. We haven't done anything yet, and I pray he's good. Trust me. Like I'm a Panthers fan, man. I'm just trying to keep these reasonable expectations, and I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that.
No, I don't think there's wrong with that.
No, I for many years.
Hey, somebody got
anyway, I've always been. I tried to always be that guy who wanted to be low key. And I'm not saying that we're going out win the playoffs. I'm not. I'm saying that I've said it before. I believe we'll win 10 games. I do. I just feel that way. I'm not saying we're going to have issues. I'm not saying the wide receiver core is elite. I'm not even saying they're in the great level or even good level. But I think they're better than hot garbage. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
I said it earlier. I think y'all get caught up in that word, hot garbage. Look, that's some bullshit.
I just think they're better.
You know we ain't hot garbage. That's just a bullshit word they put down there.
I'll be honest with you. I think they're better than some of the teams that Trevor Sycamore that made that chart listed above us. I just do.
But
I don't mean that disrespectful to any teams. I just think we're better than that.
But D's, they have us down that low. And I'm asking D's because D's is very logical on this show. I love hearing them talk. They have us down that low because we haven't won. And they're saying, prove it.
They have us that low.
And we've been bad for the last 5. We've been incredibly bad for the last 5 years. So is it shocking that we're that low?
No, it's not. Looking at last season. So last year, I thought that we would perform better than what we did with the changes that we made. And when the PFF power rankings come out, we were way down at we were 31 or 32. It was bad. And I was like, no way. There's no way.
And then we proved them right.
And then we proved them right. And then we proved them right until Steve Wilkes come in, and then we finally got the ball moving. So
I'm saying,
I understand why they say that.
We were ranked 32. We were only supposed to win 2 games.
Thank you, D's.
Here's my only thing to add on to D's real quick.
Arthur Smith's a good coach. Like I know they're Panther fans, and they won't tell you that because they keep that Panther hat on 100% of the time. But if I'm unbiased, I actually think Arthur Smith's pretty cool. He's not the worst.
So if Arthur Smith does not make the playoffs, if Arthur Smith doesn't make the playoffs this year, he should be fired.
They're going to point the finger at him. He got to go.
That.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Wolf, you remember what I said?
Wolf, you got to go.
You know what? I actually said this to Red Swarm the other day.
Okay.
I said to me, and I didn't even mean this as no shade.
Right.
I said that Arthur Smith seems like he's on a Matt Rule track.
Okay.
And what I meant by that is it seems like right now the Falcons have everything that you would need to rebuild a team the right way. Right. However, if Arthur Smith isn't the coach, they might be looking to move on from him in the middle of the season to start looking for the brand new coach now rather than waiting to the end of the season.
We did last year.
Yeah, because y'all got the tight end, you got the wide receiver, you just drafted the running back, you have the good offensive line. Like, for whatever reason, if Desmond Ridder is not good this year, then, I mean, hey, let's say you're in the running for a Drake May or a Caleb Williams and a brand new coach. Like, all of a sudden, that's a revamped Atlanta Falcons team, you know?
If Bryce Young is good, they trade up next year for sure.
Okay.
Let me add on to that real quick before Wolf goes. This is why I told you that Desmond Ridder has more pressure on him than Bryce Young this year because he's probably going to be out the door if he can't perform through like the first 8 weeks. Man.
I remember agreeing to that.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. Yep. Okay,
he does.
So, Cody, you know what I hate?
What's that?
You know what I hate the most? Pickle, you know what I hate the most? Tom, doing everybody. You know what I hate the most?
What is it?
Is that if the Panthers make the playoffs, you got a shot to win a Super Bowl, right? You got a shot. Any team has a shot if they make it to the Super Bowl. Now, Pickle just said they're going to win 10 games, right? And if they do win 10 games, and let's say they win a division, you got a 5th seed or a 6th seed, guess what? The Panthers got a shot to win the Super Bowl, right? The Panthers got a shot to win the Super Bowl. Here's what I don't like. If you saying all of that, right? Desmond Ridder, you put the coach around him, you got the offense, you got this, you improved on the defense. Why the hell aren't Atlanta Falcons content creators saying Super Bowl? The only thing that
they still lack a lot of talent, though.
Hold on. Talent is liked by every team. Every team lacks talent, right? Yep. Okay, every team lacks talent. Why aren't Atlanta Falcons content creators when they have an improved defense? Because Calais Campbell had 7 sacks last year by himself. So why Kyle Pitts is coming back healthy, Drake London's coming back healthy, BJ, our rookie last year, ran for 1,000 yards. Our offensive line is top 3. Why the hell are they not talking Super Bowl? Why aren't the Panther fans? I feel like why aren't the Panther fans talking Super Bowl? If you win 10 games, you got a shot.
Hey, Wolf,
to win a Super Bowl.
I'll tell you
don't get our people started with that nonsense, bro.
Wait. This way I like Wolf.
Because Cody gonna take that shit and run with it. Because Cody will take that shit and run with it.
Yo, Wolf, you're always allowed on the free for all, bro. This why I fuck with you.
You know what I hate about Wolf? That he just said that shit.
Wolf is my man, yo.
Why? You see what I'm saying? Cody gonna take that shit and run with it. Now we gotta hear this nonsense.
Wolf, my reasoning is because I think we'll win the division. Okay. I think we have an opportunity to win the division. Okay. Now, winning the division winning a division in the NFL currently, to me, isn't that hard.
Okay.
Especially in a bad division.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we should make the playoffs at all.
Okay.
I don't believe in the current playoff system is accurate, but nonetheless, but if the Panthers make the playoffs, that's nice.
Okay.
I don't see a snowball's chance in hell we're going to beat the Eagles.
Okay.
Unless the Eagles face a lot of injuries, which that happens in the NFL quite often.
Yes.
A team will get a boatload of injuries, and it happens. So if we make the playoffs, I don't see us getting beyond that.
Okay, but Pickle, I've been on this show. I've been on this show, right?
Yeah.
And I've ran down the teams that made it to the playoffs, and all Panther fans said this: they're not scared of the Eagles because they're older. They're not scared of the Giants because of Daniel Jones. You're not going to be scared if the Panthers go into a playoff game at New York against Daniel Jones. I don't think you guys will be scared. You guys are not going to be scared of Kirk Cousins.
Nope.
You guys are probably not going to be scared of Brock Purdy or
We're
what the hell is going on.
We're scared of Justin Jefferson. Nope. I'll tell you that.
I'm talking about as an overall. Let's say just an overall road game. Let's say Pickle, you've been around for a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
You take the teams that made the playoffs last year. You take the Panther team that you have right now. You put them in last year against the Dallas Cowboys. Are you going to be scared of that game, Pickle? Are you going to be scared of Bryce going into Dallas? I said the Eagles. Are you going to be scared of Bryce going into Dallas, Pickle?
I see what you're doing, Wolf. Hey, Wolf.
You gotta say no.
I'm just saying.
No.
Hey, Wolf.
Because I work with a bunch of Cowboy fans. I damn sure know.
Okay.
Hey, man, hey, Cody,
Hey, Cody.
Man, get Wolf off the show, man. Get Wolf the fuck out of here, bro.
No, I'm not about to.
Hey, Wolf, you gotta go, man. Wolf, you gotta go, bro.
The homie, bro.
Wolf is up here spitting some dumb shit, and y'all are sitting here biting and eating that shit up, man.
No,
cut it out, man. Wolf, cut that shit out, Wolf.
Pickle.
Yeah.
Pickle.
We not beating none of those teams.
Hold on, let me get Pop in. Pop has been trying to say something for like 5 minutes.
Wolf over here trying to set these dudes up, man.
So Wolf, right? just a scenario, nothing serious.
Yeah.
Y'all go 9-8, right?
Okay.
But don't make it to the playoffs.
Okay.
Would you still fire your coach?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
From a winning record?
But listen, look what I'm trying to tell you, Pop. I was over there. I'm the only one. I'm the only Atlanta Falcons fan that said that. I'm the only content creator that said, yo, listen, he gotta go. If you telling me we got the weakest schedule that we ever had, right? And you can't win 10 games off that schedule, you gotta go, bro.
That's true. I can't argue with him with that.
You gotta go,
Yeah,
bro.
that's a very great
Hey,
point.
Cody,
I'm
put
not
that
gonna lie.
comment I just made in the chat up on the screen.
You gotta go, bro.
That's all we all like really. Besides the
Ronnie's
Bucks,
a guy I work with. I know he's watching because he told me he was going to watch. He watched last week. He acts like I don't. He's a Cowboy fan. Ronnie, your Cowboys still suck.
Damn, Ronnie. Yo, Cowgirls suck, bro.
Hey,
but
Wolf,
look, man.
I don't know
The
what
thing as
Panther
far as the
fans told
records
you.
is
What's
We're
up?
definitely scared of the Eagles and the 49ers.
Nah,
Really? Really?
We are
Nah,
definitely
we not.
scared of them. We're
Nah,
100%
y'all are.
scared of them.
Nah, we ain't scared. I ain't
Wow.
scared.
yeah,
of
the
them.
They're a
fuck we
bunch
are.
of
Hey man,
biased.
Wolf, you see,
Hey,
see,
yo,
Wolf they
Biased
came over here and
fans.
spewed that
We're
bullshit. Now
yo,
y'all
yo,
ready to
Wolf,
start believing some
we
dumb
actually
shit.
actually
yo,
know
Wolf
football.
got me on
Like,
one, bro. We about to beat the hell out of
Wolf,
these damn
See,
Eagles, bro. What's
see,
up?
Cody,
What's up, Twan?
Cody
We
is
about
the
to,
kid.
we about to shit on them birds,
Hold tight,
bro.
hold tight.
What's up?
Cody is the kid that you can give
49ers.
some candy to get in your car and he gonna get in it.
Nah, don't do me like that, bro.
Yeah, he
Yo,
is.
yo, I want
Cody would not have survived the Atlanta child murders, man, because he would have got in the car.
No, I'm just saying my man Wolf. My man Wolf is talking
Wolf
fire
is
out
driving
here.
around with
I'm gonna let
candy,
him do
and
that
y'all are
shit.
taking it.
But look, hey,
Wait.
hold on. I want to play this for I want to play this for Wolf, for Pop, and
Yeah.
for Twan, because y'all
Okay.
weren't on here earlier when we played this. Wolf, it looks like they're predicting Carolina and Atlanta's gonna battle for the division.
Of course
like that seems to be what the sentiment is.
I agree with that.
This
No,
is what
it's gonna be. I hate the way Wolf told it.
I don't
this
think
is
It's
this
gonna be
is what-
Carolina and the Saints.
I don't
Well, we're gonna talk about it. This
But
is
go
what
ahead.
Dan Orlovsky had to say about Bryce Young and the
Orlovsky.
I believe it'll be Carolina and Atlanta. Those two teams, Pat.
What are you
I
hearing
think-
out of camp down there? What are you hearing out of Carolina with Frank and Josh? And I know you got a lot of friends down there, obviously. So everything has just been good out of Carolina. Sounds like.
But he said Carolina and Atlanta, just in case y'all missed it.
They are shocked how impressive Bryce Young is mentally, and they had really high. I remember going back to probably like April and having conversations and just like text message conversations, and the kind of the phrase that kept getting shared with me about Bryce was elite processor, mentally so much more advanced than everybody else. And I think even they are surprised with how mentally advanced he is, both like football playbook wise, football feel wise, situational kind of understanding. I think the big takeaway that they have right now, Pat, is they don't feel that there is a single part of his game that holds them back from unloading their whole playbook. And that's so rare for a rookie quarterback. You know how it is. Sometimes you give them 20%, or hey, we're going to pare down our game plan for the young kid. There's not a single thing. It's actually the opposite. They honestly think that because he's so good mentally, they can expand their playbook to what it has been. And that's kind of taken them by surprise.
Very abnormal for a rookie quarterback off.
Very abnormal. So that's what Dan Orlovsky is having to say. And that's part of the reason I'm more hype about our receiving core. When you have a quarterback that is on that level, that understands the playbook so thoroughly and is putting the ball at perfect places, and we had a good O-line last year. Like, I'm sorry, man. That's why I'm a lot more bullish on my Bryce Young predictions than a lot of other people. Because I see all the necessary recipe ingredients to have this offense hit the ground running and do some shit in a big way to start the season. That's why I'm so hyped about what the Panthers got going on right
So Panther fans, you guys hearing that? And he used the word elite. He used spectacular. He used all these words.
Yep.
You guys are really scared to go into Philadelphia to play a playoff game or
Wolf, I don't.
If you don't cut this shit out.
Wolf, I don't listen to that shit. Hey, Wolf, I don't listen to that shit, bro.
All right, Wolf, the Panthers are going to the Super Bowl this year. We going all the way, brother. All the way. Take the title.
Let's go, bro.
Hey, Pop.
We'll drag your ass with us.
They don't even see him throwing the fishing rod. Like they just all biting on the same shit.
Whenever you want.
Hey, Wolf is setting y'all up, and y'all don't even see it.
I'm not setting anybody up, man.
So this is my opinion. This is my opinion on the video.
Go ahead, Pop.
I feel
thought it was cute.
Oh,
yeah.
What I did take away from that video, and what I've been keeping up, because we follow the team, I feel like we do have a leader in our quarterback, a young one.
There you go.
But definitely a leader. I think he's going to be able. Now, I'm not saying this year he's going to just blow everybody away, but because the way he has a Brady-like fetish on trying to be prepared way ahead, that he's going to make sure he knows where everybody's going to be. When you got somebody that can sit back there and know where everybody's supposed to be and what position they're going to be, it's hard to break that.
I agree.
We haven't had that.
So 27 and 12 with 4,000 yards don't get you into the playoffs?
Hey, Wolf, I need you to be quiet. Wolf, you need to be quiet for the rest of the show, bro.
No, let him answer. No, that's a damn good question. 27 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. That's 4,000 yards. By the way, only 8 quarterbacks even put up over 38 last year. Why is that not good enough?
Guys, listen. Hey, Cody, why can't you just hope for the best and stop spewing bullshit that people are going to attack you on later?
That's not answering my question.
Why can't you just hope for the best and stop spewing shit that people are going to come after you later on?
This is the thing though. 27 and 12 and 4,000 yards. It's possible, bro. Because to be honest with you, this is a fast
fucking 4,000 yards.
So that's the thing, though, right? What do we have that we've never had before? Now,
a quarterback,
two things.
A head coach.
What the fuck y'all keep saying ever had before? Cam Newton is only like 3 or 4 years removed.
You're trying to Wolf.
You're forgetting.
Wolf is right about the whole shit, bro.
Listen.
Right about this whole shit.
Hey, Cole, I don't know this gentleman. I don't know this.
Sorry, hold on. Pop it ain't done. I
Oh, my bad. I would want to hear about that from the guy C3 that's on this panel about the 27 to 12 because I don't know him, so I would want to see what he thinks about it.
Oh, you mean JJ?
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll let Pop finish it. We'll go
go ahead, Pop.
The thing that's different now is that we have weapons all around, and we've never had that type of balance. That's the same thing about Atlanta. Atlanta has weapons all around. That's what makes it all over. You're not going to just beat them one way. You have to really outcoach, and that's what it's going to come down to.
Well, we got them then easily.
Okay.
We got them. Hey, I already predicted we was gonna beat y'all both games. You know what I'm saying? And look, I go against all of y'all with that shit.
Bryce Young's gonna throw for 28 touchdowns and 3 interceptions.
I ain't mad at
come on, man. How you gonna throw less interceptions in the pro league than he did in college? Cut that out, man. He was throwing 4 or 5 each year at Alabama.
I said 28 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. Bro, come on, guys. The joke flew right over your head.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop joking. Hey, look, do we sound like we joking right now? Do we sound crazy? This Wolf shit got me stressed out.
I caught that. It'll be more crazier. It'll be more crazy if you guys go like 5-8, right? The first
JJ,
couple
cut
of
out
games,
the fucking
right?
jokes.
Yeah. I mean, no, look, man, like, no, that stat line that you mentioned, Wolf.
Yeah, 27-12.
27-12, 4,000. To me, if Bryce achieves that, to me, that says we're a team that is fighting to make the playoffs.
We have a quarterback
at the end of the year.
Okay.
That we're right at the end. If we do make it, bro, our offense is going to be what is going to give us a chance.
Hey, Pickle, make sure you write down this show date. I want to be able to come back to this specific show when y'all lost your shit. I want to be able to come back to this specific show when Wolf convinced Cody of all this shit. I want to be able to come right back here.
Oh, Wolf is just confirming what I've already
Listen,
we love you.
Confirming what I've already
Just let us be good as we don't need Wolf telling us how good we gonna be.
What is your standard for Ritter?
It's a setup, bro.
I said it.
My bad, I missed it.
If he gives me 18-11, I'm okay. If he gives me 18-11, right? If he gives me 18-11, I'm okay with that. But what I'm saying is, a Falcons' worst nightmare now is if Bryce wins the division. That's the narrative. That they push.
Hey, Wolf, who winning game one? Wolf, who winning game one?
Where's game one in Atlanta?
In Atlanta, you know where it is. Just cut it out.
Yeah, okay.
We winning that shit in the
okay.
No. Listen, Wolf, who winning game one? Go.
We winning game one. We're definitely winning game one.
You see, see, Cody. See, see, this is Wolf right here. You see, he just pumped you up. He just pumped your team up, and then he says, "But we're gonna beat y'all last game one."
Listen,
that's
what I'm saying. So. But what I'm saying is this, right? So if you guys go, if Bryce let's just say Bryce does give you 27-12, you're gonna be scared to go to San Francisco and play a playoff game in San Francisco?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think logically, I'm not gonna be scared, but I'm like, we ain't gonna win. I don't expect us to win.
We're gonna lose this game.
So
that's how it's gonna be.
We're gonna have the better quarterback, no matter.
I don't care about Brock. Look, it ain't just about Brock Purdy. It's about CMC and all those other motherfuckers on that team, bro.
Wolf,
Debo Samuels and it ain't just fucking the quarterback. You can just put anybody quarterback over there, they're gonna be all right.
Bryce Young's gonna be scared of Nick Bosa.
Shit, you are like it ain't a whole nother team besides fucking the quarterback over there.
But so the Niners scare you guys. So the defensive line of the Philadelphia
Eagles y'all. The Niners scare y'all.
Listen, so who do you think won the Super Bowl, Twan? Hold on, wait a minute. Who do you think won the Super Bowl, Twan? Who do you think won the Super Bowl?
Who gonna win it or did win it?
No. Who do you think deserved the MVP of the Super Bowl? Who do you think deserved the MVP of the Super Bowl for the Kansas City Chiefs? Who do you think deserved the Super Bowl?
Patrick Mahomes.
The offensive line. The offensive line.
Yeah, you're right.
The offensive line.
I thought you mean like a person.
No. A collective group, because they said the Philadelphia.
But you know they ain't gonna do that. You know it was gonna be the quarterback.
But again, they said that the defense that the Eagles had was supposed to be dominating. It's supposed to be. But if you look at the Philadelphia Eagles schedule, I just said it. It was soft as hell. Cooper Rush put up 300 yards against the Philadelphia Eagles. 300, it collectively, you're scared about a defensive line. If you have a good offensive line, that your quarterback is going to be under pressure like that.
It wasn't necessarily just the offense.
Somebody's coach is going to get.
Hold on, Twan. It was also the game plan, though. They had to get the ball out short and quick to get yak receptions. Like, you notice both of their touchdowns to Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore were the flip arounds. Like, that's why Patrick Mahomes didn't even have 200 yards passing.
And what did Dan Orlovsky just say? What did Dan Orlovsky just say? What did Dan Orlovsky just say? He said that the Carolina Panthers is going to open up the whole playbook.
That's why I said the Falcons aren't on shit.
Yeah, man. I'll see that shit when I believe it when I see it.
Time out. Look, let me add on to what Wolf was saying though, because another thing that we're not talking about, if we're going to bring up the Eagles, the team that loses the Super Bowl every year, they go through a hangover, bro. They're never. I mean,
Cody, cut it's the bullshit.
They're never. They do though. That's true.
Nigga, this team just got better. They ain't gonna have no fucking hangover.
I've heard that from every. I've heard that. We'll see.
That's not true because the Chiefs lost the other year and won the Super Bowl this year. The Bengals went back to the AFC Championship. Anyways, we're off that. We know we're nowhere near the Eagles. Wolf,
we're talking about two examples.
No.
Every other year in recent memory, the loser has been terrible the year after.
Arthur Smith after this year. But you keep talking all this quarterback talk. Why should y'all fire your head coach if y'all don't have a quarterback?
Somebody's head coach is gonna get fired, bro.
Third round pick. It's a
no. Wolf is right.
Listen, why is he gonna win then if he has a third round pick?
Because we play. Wolf is telling you because we play in the NFC South, man. All this luck. The NFC South got the easiest record. Got the easiest schedule this year. Somebody's coach is gonna get fired next year.
I got you.
It's either gonna be Atlanta's gonna fire their coach. Or New Orleans is going to fire their coach. One of those coaches is going to go because everybody can't get in.
All right, look, Wolf, and then I'm gonna say something after Wolf.
So look, it's the same reason why a lot of the Atlanta Falcons conjugators don't like me, right? I don't care what Desmond Ridder did in Cincinnati.
But you speak truth.
I don't care about what he did in Cincinnati. I could care less. Now, I did the research. If you're going to compare Desmond Ridder to the quarterbacks that the University of Cincinnati had for the past 10 years, there's no competition. Desmond Ridder is like a Jay-Z compared to any other quarterback that played for the University of Cincinnati. Okay? What he did last year was 4 games. It was nothing. I don't know what he's going to be. I don't know. It's a 50-50. Let's say he doesn't hit. It doesn't cost us nothing. It costs us nothing to get rid of him. Let's say in the first 6 games, I'm comfortable with them putting in Tyler Heineke in to start. I'm comfortable with that. I don't have any issues.
Y'all have him.
Right. I don't have any issues with that, buddy. I don't have any issues.
Y'all are trash.
Right.
So he's only he's done good things everywhere he's been.
Right. Well,
let me point is, why would you blame the head coach though and fire him? When
because
keep on the quarterback.
Because
why do you care?
Anthony?
Because he's been talking about our team this whole time.
JJ, wait.
Drinking the Kool-Aid.
No. Time out, JJ. It's the same.
Why does JJ care who the Falcons fire?
It's the same thing.
JJ been sucking on the Falcons all show.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Shut up. Subscribe to shame right on people's head. But let me say this though. One, JJ, the reason they would fire Arthur Smith is because it's been 3 years now, bro. It doesn't matter if he wasn't, if you want to say, oh, maybe he didn't have the quarterback or whatever. So what? Why didn't they address the quarterback position sooner? If that's the case, you're not going to wait around 4 or 5 years for a coach to shake it off the pot. Number 2, Wolf, one of the things that I disagree with you on, you said that it would be a nightmare if the Panthers win the division this year and the Falcons don't do shit, right? I disagree with you.
That's not a nightmare.
And
that's
it's
a
because
reality.
of what I said. Let's just say Desmond Ridder is not it. And Desmond Ridder has a bad year, man. There are, in my opinion, right now, there are 3 quarterbacks that I'm going to be real. I don't want to see 2 times a year coming up in Atlanta. Imagine if, obviously the 2 big names, right? Caleb Williams and Drake May. Now, you're probably going to have to be the worst of the worst in order to get out of one of those. But that's nightmare fuel, right? Nobody wants to see that happen in Atlanta. But I would argue if you're a Falcons fan, like I wouldn't mind having a bad year if I was a Falcons fan, if it meant that you're going to get a stud quarterback going forward to the future. Another thing I'll mention, bro, imagine what kind of story it would be if Shedeur Sanders, Deion's son, quarterback at Colorado, balls out this year and gets drafted by the team that drafted his father. Like, bro, that would be.
There you go again, wishing. There you go again, wishing.
I'm just saying that would be hype. I'm not wishing nothing.
These fucking
Shedeur Sanders is not that good, Cody.
Well,
he ain't that good.
Fairy tale dreams. That's a fan talking right there.
But Wolf, the only point that I was trying to make is that if y'all end up having a bad season and you're in the running for one of those damn good quarterbacks, well, that means you're probably going to do what the Panthers did this year. That's why I said you're on the Matt Rule track. You would be in position to draft a quarterback and hire a brand new head coach in the same offseason. And they get to hit the ground running together with one another.
Right.
So that's why it wouldn't be, if I'm a Falcons fan, that wouldn't be terrible for me to have a bad year if Desmond Ridder is not the dude.
Hey, Wolf said, don't say no Matt Rule energy over here, bro. Fuck that.
Yeah.
As soon as he said Matt Rule, you said,
Yeah.
Start the season off playing the Eagles first, to be honest with you. I want to see what we got.
Say that one more time, Pop.
I said if I had it my way, I would like to start off the season playing the Eagles first.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you see what you got.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look. Again, when I look at the schedule, our schedule in particular, I'm like, you better beat Jacksonville, because Jacksonville probably a little bit better than Buffalo.
Right? Who better be Jacksonville?
We better beat Jacksonville. Us.
Hey, who is us?
No, the Falcons.
You mean the Falcons? Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Panthers.
Y'all are not gonna win that game.
That's
Neither
a
are we.
game.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
That's a game.
The Panthers are going to win.
Let me go ahead and relieve you. Neither one of us are going to win that game.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
We that bad, Twan?
No, it's just Jacksonville. Jacksonville's very good.
I'm saying, but I mean, like, why are we that bad that you think we can't beat Jacksonville?
Jacksonville is much better than us.
We beat Jacksonville in London already, though. Like last year, the year COVID year, we beat them.
Man, I don't know, bro. I just think we overhyping.
Well, ask Cody. Ask Cody what he thinks, and watch him tell you Jacksonville.
Wait a minute, Juan. I got to chime in here. Let's take it.
Hey, don't ask me. Ask Cody.
We played Jacksonville week 17. Y'all realize when that is? Week 17.
You about to say they ain't gonna really be playing for nothing?
You don't
so
know.
We can beat them.
They may have already won things and not even have their starters playing. We may have won the division by then and not played our starters. That'd be.
Well, we talking. We talking like if it really meant something. We talking if that game meant something.
I'm just saying there's also injuries to conclude. Jacksonville being Jacksonville, they may not be that good week 17.
Okay.
You think? Why do we have to lower our team so low? I mean, we might as well just sit up here and say we ass.
Nah, Twan.
Because we're not up.
That's what Pickle was saying.
Because we're not up.
Look at it. Hold on. Check it out. We've made so many improvements, right, on both sides of the ball. But we sit here and tell the Falcon fan, y'all trash, y'all just that and other. But we had the same record last year. They have improved as well.
Right.
So at the end of the day, when we start looking at other competition like the Jaguars, who have made improvement, I still think they're beatable.
Yeah. Yeah, by the Falcons. Yeah, by the Eagles and other teams like that.
I feel like we got a better defense than they do, and my quarterback can do the same thing.
I'm going back to my original question. Ask Cody. Hey, Cody, who winning, us or Jacksonville, and both teams are healthy?
I'm going with the Panthers. Duh.
You a lying ass motherfucker. You know it.
I mean, hey, everybody. Hey, look. Hey, I've been on record. I'm on record saying, yeah, Jacksonville. Out of everyone on our schedule, Jacksonville is without question the toughest competition.
No, it's not. It's Dallas.
You know why? No, it ain't, Cody. You know why? You know why it's not our toughest competition? Because who knows their coach better than our coach?
When we did when we did those record predictions, Cody said out of his mouth that we were not beating Jacksonville.
No, I said that. Now Twan's
now you trying to switch the shit up.
No,
I ain't switching. I said if there were losses that were going to happen on our record, there were going to be like 3 or 4 games that it would happen. I said it would be either Jacksonville, Miami, Minnesota, or Seattle.
Isn't that what the fuck I just Jacksonville?
No, I didn't say that we're going to lose. I said those are the best teams that we're going to play, and that would be the most likelihood of us losing if we were to lose.
See, man, y'all don't want to keep it real, man. Hey, Wolf, let me tell you who the quarterback over there with Jacksonville is. It's Cody's precious Trevor Lawrence over there. And first of all, he thinks Trevor Lawrence is Superman. So ain't no way in fucking hell he gonna put motherfucking Bryce Young below Trevor Lawrence. I know this motherfucker. I know his Clemson ass that way, bro. Ain't no damn way.
How can you give me the slander Trevor, bro? This is not fair, bro.
Okay,
he's not gonna slander Trevor, bro.
Does the Falcons shit? Does the Jaguars offensive line stand up against the Panthers D line?
No.
That's a good question.
If you look at their offensive line, their current starting offensive line at left tackle is Cam Robertson.
He cannot hold Brian Burns.
Wait, you guys play Seattle, Detroit, and Jacksonville this year?
Yep. Yeah, all 3.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So, let me tell you what.
Wait a minute, guys. You know who their projected number 1 wide receiver is?
Who's?
For
Jacksonville's.
Who's?
Christian Kirk.
Calvin Ridley.
Yep.
That's the real thing, though. I mean, Trevor and him is a problem.
He ain't played in
that's
what?
Gonna be
How many years has he not played?
Trevor and Ridley is the problem.
Wait, Cole, hold on. You guys.
That's a problem.
You guys played Detroit. You guys played Seattle,
Pickle,
Jacksonville, Dallas.
Last year.
Yeah, we played Dallas. We played Minnesota.
Yeah, that non-conference doesn't look as easy as this.
I mean, but really, it's only but that's what I'm saying. There's like 4 teams. Like, I don't even buy into Detroit like that. I'm gonna be real.
Really?
I don't.
Yeah, I really don't, man. Like,
Detroit,
to me,
but we could also
like I said, the teams to me that are the most potent are going to be Seattle, Minnesota, Miami, and Jacksonville.
You better throw Detroit in that list.
I'm not, and I'm not about to.
Y'all are fucking lunching, man.
I'm not about to.
Cody,
we beat their ass last year.
Detroit for too many years has been up. Oh, look at Detroit. They're going to be great this year.
Man,
and
they
how many
did
years
not,
have they been great after everybody
said Pickle, they did not have what they have now, Pickle.
Yo, Wolf, last year?
No, they didn't have what they have now.
Because we've been better. We've been to the playoffs since Detroit has.
Shut the Lions.
Yeah, he's right.
They went 9-8 one time, and now they're getting some praise.
He got Pickle on that. They've been saying the same shit about us.
Throw another one, Cody. Throw another one.
But look, Wolf, last year, the Panthers had 2 rushers go over 1,000 yards against Detroit.
In the ice bowl.
I'm not giving it to him.
You said 1,000.
Like, I'm just not giving it to him.
It wasn't 1,000, but it was the ice bowl.
They had 100 rushing yards. We had 2 100-yard backs against Detroit. I'm sorry. I have no reason.
Listen, man. Look, the turf was different. But listen, I'm not blaming it on the turf. But look,
we played on the turf every time we were at home, Twan.
Right. But we both complained about it. Both of us complained about it. But look, in the meantime, they threw 3 touchdowns to Zylstra in that game on us. To Zylstra. 3.
Okay. All right, I would throw this out here.
That's not even one of their best players.
Shut up, Quan, for a minute. Shut
garbage
up.
Time.
I'm going to throw this out there because I'm going to shout out. Let's get this real clear. The Panthers have had we've had success since Detroit has. The last time Detroit made it to the playoffs was 2016. The last time they won in the playoffs was 91.
Oh, shit.
That's wild.
The last time they won in the playoffs was in 1991.
Pickle, look at that fucking team, man. Look at their team, bro.
I was 1 year old.
I have looked at their team.
Look at that coach. Look at that coaching staff.
Let's get this. Let's stop this right now. Let me tell you
Look at the team and the coaching staff. They way better.
I don't care about their coaching staff, and I'm going to tell you why. Because the only reason why their offensive coordinator got head coach interviews is because Deuce Staley had his back the whole way. Deuce Staley ain't up there having his back no more.
I don't give a fuck about that. That's semantics.
The real loser.
That's semantics.
It's a guy named Johnson who will end up being the Falcons head coach.
They said the same shit about us.
Find out how much he
Nobody care about none of that shit. They say the same shit about us.
I'm on team.
Running back coach was not like what, 9 and 8.
You gonna use Deuce Staley as a part of your argument? What the fuck is that? Look, man, Detroit is a different team now. Hey, D's, this is where you step in, D's. This is where you step in.
Do you realize their offensive coordinator isn't a different offensive
D's, this is where you step in to stop the nonsense. This is where you step in.
Hey, D's, shut up.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in. Let me jump in. Let me talk. Can I talk? Let me talk. Can I talk? Thank you. So every coach in the NFL plays a dangerous game. They play the game that is the roster better than the coaching. And Matt Rule runs straight into that. And that's exactly what the coach in Atlanta is running into now. Now his roster is better than his record or his performance. And if that's the case, he's screwed. And Wolf is right. Wolf is 100% right. If the roster is better than the performance, the coach is going to be fired. And that's exactly what happened here. And that's exactly what's going to happen in Tampa Bay. And it could happen to the Saints. And it should have happened last year, as good as that Saints team was in their performance. He should have been fired. And it's gonna happen in Atlanta as well. He sees it coming. And the fan base may not like it, but the fact is, as a coach in the NFL, you want a roster that overperforms what it is. And that's what Frank Reich has put together. And we have sat here for 3 hours almost and argued about how poor our roster is. But Frank Reich wants that roster to overperform. And then all the praise and all the glory goes to the coaching staff and not to the roster. Now,
tell it one more time, D.
So D, do you agree with what I said? If Bryce goes 27-12 and throws for 4,000, you guys will get into the playoffs?
I would think at 4,000 we'd have to be safe. We have maybe the number 1, number 2 defensive coordinator in the league. I don't think they're even worried about the defense. They didn't bother to add
get into the playoffs with 4,000 yards.
The defense should be fine. If they were worried about the defense, they would have already added players, and they didn't even bother. They added undrafted free agents that are in possible starting positions. They're not worried about the defense whatsoever. They're banking on the offense to be good. And I really feel like that's Frank Reich's plan. We're going to outscore you guys. Y'all can come in here. You can run the football all you want, but it's not going to make up for the lack of passing guards you're going to have at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if you burn our corners or not, because we're going to throw the football, and those guys are going to be schemed open, Mr. Wolf.
D's, what did I say? I said when it comes down to it, maybe we have a team this year that just has to outscore everybody. That's what it's going to come to in some of these games. Some defenses we're not going to be able to stop, but we are going to outscore a lot of fucking teams, bro. I remember a team named the Kansas City Chiefs that won a Super Bowl that year off doing just that. outscoring everyone. Their defense was shitty. They couldn't stop shit.
Okay, but Twan, if you gonna outscore everybody, why are we scared to go to San Francisco?
That's different, man. That's a different all-around team, bro. That's all around. That's an all-around team. They good on both sides, bro. They good on both sides.
Get this man Wolf out of here.
True, but see, I know Wolf is trolling though.
Wolf has better Panthers opinions than some of y'all.
JJ, we both know that Wolf is in here trolling.
Hey, Wolf, earlier in the show, me and JJ got into it over your wide receiver. Because he said your wide receiver Drake was 20 times better than any wide receiver in the Panthers.
That's the homie at the bottom.
He was better than DJ.
Introduce that man, Cody.
I didn't say that. Well, Pickle is lying on me. Hold on, I would never say Drake London's better than DJ Moore.
But JJ,
that's the way I heard it. That's the way I heard it. That's where I did.
But what me and JJ, before you announce some, hey Cody, before you announce some, what me and JJ both know is that Wolf is up here saying dance puppets. He got all of y'all by strings, bro. Except these. Except me and these.
Hey, Wolf, I know you're saying good things, bro. I hear you out there, bro.
No, he is saying dance puppets.
Hey, man, look, real quick. Let me welcome in our good friend, 910 Panther fan. What's up, bro? How you doing?
910.
What's going on, fam? How we doing?
What's going on?
Man, I've been listening to y'all for hours. It's so awesome. I've been laughing for hours. JJ, you've been killing me, bro. Oh, my God. I've been laughing for hours.
Tell him, bro.
Oh, it's awesome. But I love the combo so far, guys.
Like me like that too.
I know. You and Pickle, man.
What I said was, Drake London is a way better receiver or more proven receiver than any of the ones we got. Kyle Pitts took Hayden Hurst's job his rookie year, and Bijan's better than Miles Sanders in my opinion. So y'all therefore have the better skill position, and they thought I was just crazy. For
Drake London, he had a one good year. You can't prove nothing off one good year.
Yeah, he's
outperformed every wide receiver on the Panthers roster because he had one good year.
He outplayed Terrence Marshall by a mile. Anyways, that's my whole point.
One good
Terrence Marshall didn't get even half as many snaps.
He didn't fucking do Drake London things.
One good year.
Either, so.
Hey, look.
You know what? You might go cheer for the Falcons a little bit, JJ.
No, listen. If you're a Falcons fan, you have the right to be excited about Drake London.
After your
what I'm saying is, to me, and Wolf. One of the things that I was saying. Hold up, JJ.
JJ, hold up, bro.
One of the things that I was saying is that
talk the whole show.
Hold up. We have not seen the best of Terrence Marshall Jr. That's our second round pick from 2 years ago. And what had prompted the conversation is I'm like, okay, if you look at what they asked Drake London to do, right? He's 6'4", big time wingspan. If you throw it up to him, he's gonna go up and get the ball. And Terrence Marshall Jr. is going to serve that very same role for the Panthers this year. And I feel like Terrence Marshall is a little bit of a twitchier athlete. I feel like he maybe has that better top end speed.
He's going to be best improved. He's going to be most improved player this year on our team.
What I'm saying is if Drake London ends up being the number one wide receiver for Atlanta and Terrence Marshall ends up being the number one wide receiver for Carolina, does that not make them comparable talents? Because that kind of thing that it does.
Drake London's completely outperforming him.
Hold on, let me hear Wolf. Go ahead, Wolf.
So who's your number one corner?
JC Horn.
He's better than AJ Terrell.
And ours is AJ Terrell, so they're both gonna have tough matchups. I mean, it's not gonna be a walk in the park.
Hey, Wolf.
Right.
It's JC Horn when he's available.
Okay.
Man, don't start that shit, Twan.
Again, AJ's durable, but so AJ's gonna be there. And I know AJ plays tough. A lot of people don't like him. I think AJ plays tough. And I think like this year, look, again, you're giving a lot of the Panther players, what we call bulletin board material, right? And you're giving a lot of the Falcons players a lot of bulletin board material.
Yeah.
AJ got left out of the top 5 corners. They said that Diggs was better than AJ. Trayvon Diggs is better than. I was like, what?
You said top 5 corners or receivers?
Top
AJ's
5
a
corners.
beast, bro. AJ
Top
is
5
a beast.
corners. They put Diggs in there.
If he went to
I was
South
like-
Carolina, you wouldn't say that, Cody.
Yo, shut up, JJ. AJ's a beast, bro.
If him and JC Horn switch schools, you wouldn't say that shit.
Yo, you see how hard I go for JC Horn, and he went to South Carolina. So what point are you making
Because
right now?
he got on the blue and black jersey. That's why.
Look,
he was my number one. JC was my number 1 corner in that year's draft, and I like
And we
AJ
made a
Terrell,
mistake by picking
and
him
I
over
like
Patrick
AJ
Tan.
Terrell better than Jeffrey Okudah, and the Falcons got them both now.
Shout out to Samuel St. Louis in the chat, who said Calvin Benjamin also had one good year.
He did. He had an excellent year. He had an excellent fucking year.
But when I look at
Drake
the, let's
London's
say when I
better
look
than
at
Calvin Benjamin, though.
when I look at the week 1 matchup between us and you guys is, I'm interested. I'm interested to see what matchup is gonna be. They're gonna use to take advantage of, like a Kyle Pitts or Matt Collins on our end, or is it gonna be something going on with your front 7 or something? That's what I'm looking for. To be honest with you, that when I look at divisional games, they're tough anyway. Divisional games are very, very tough.
Always.
And week 1, if you guys are playing for the division and we're playing for the division, well, week 1 is a playoff game. It's a playoff game. I don't care what nobody. Week 1 is a playoff game. You might as well.
All divisional games are playoff games.
There you go. So it's week 1. It's playoff game. So let's get to it. You know what I mean?
Well, look, man, let me tell you. Listen, let me tell you how y'all can beat us week 1. And Panthers fans ain't gonna want to tell you this shit, but I'm honest. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really worried about Bajan doing shit to us or whatever. We can stop him. That we can't stop the run shit no more. That's some bullshit. I think we can definitely stop the run. What we got on that line. I don't know what this 3-4 defense is gonna do, so we gotta wait and see with that shit too. But if I'm Atlanta, I'm testing them fucking corners right away.
Of course,
right away. I'm going where we're weak at right away. I don't care if Horn and D-Jack is on the field. I'm gonna test their knees, ankles,
D-Jack
whatever the
is
fuck,
ass.
right away.
You better target D-Jax. He is trash.
I'm targeting
He
him
needs to
right
be off the
away.
field.
I'm gonna make JC Horn work the whole game. I'm gonna make DJ work the whole. D-Jack work that whole game. But if that line does what they're supposed to do, then they'll save our corners.
So are you confident with your linebackers going against our tight ends?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm confident about Louvu. I'm confident Louvu is going to be in that backfield all damn game. I'm confident that Burns is going to be back there all game, and y'all gonna have to pick y'all poison. I'm confident that Derek Brown gonna push back there. What y'all gonna do? You got to pick your poison then.
Okay.
Y'all ain't gonna get that run game off if we in a 3-4 because damn, it's like if you do get past those first 3 dudes, you got to deal with 4 more. That's just bearing down on your ass.
I listen, but our rookie last year went for 1,000 yards too.
And Louisville hit hard, bro.
Let me tell you what I feel about it. To me, it comes down to, are the Falcons going to be able to run the ball on the Panthers? Because to me, if they're able to do that, then bro, it's anyone's matchup. Because I'm gonna be real, all right, and I think this is fair. I think Bijan is probably going to get his yards. I think he's probably going to do pretty well.
Not in game 1. Not in the very first game of his career.
Especially while we just now moved to a 3-4 defense.
Right.
This is going to take
He's
time.
gonna cook.
Right. That's why I'm so much more optimistic right now about the Panthers' offense than I am the defense. This is a brand new defense. We're playing some players in positions that they've never played before. It would not surprise me if it takes a little while longer for the defense to start to turn on. But hold on, JJ.
Cody,
hold on, JJ. Then what I'm saying is, I think that they're probably going to be able to run the ball on us. However, I think we're going to be able to pass the ball on Atlanta. Because while I like AJ Terrell, I think AJ Terrell is going to do okay. I'm not necessarily sold on Jeff Okudah. And like what Twan was saying, like, hey, Atlanta, just test out our corners. Just start throwing it on them. I think it's going to be something very similar for Bryce against the Atlanta secondary. I know you added Jesse Bates, but I don't know how well that corner play for Atlanta is going to be able to hold up to what the Panthers wide receiving core is going to have, especially along the middle of the defense, man. Like, if we're able to hit like 15 to 20 yards downfield and get some yards after catch on Atlanta, to me, that might be a real problem for Atlanta to be able to stop.
We got a pretty good running back. We got a pretty good fucking running back in our backfield too.
Yeah, no, Miles Sanders. I like Miles
top
Sanders.
10.
Yeah. No, I like Miles Sanders. But again, our linebackers, you got Pickle wanted Troy Anderson. Remember, Pickle said he wanted Troy Anderson. Troy's the captain of that squad now, and we got Ellison, and then we got a vet, Bud Dupree, back there too. So it ain't gonna be a walk in the park. That's what I'm saying. It's not gonna be a walk in the park. How people think
that 3-4 defense prevents guys from running up the middle.
Yes, they do. Yes, it does. Yes,
and that's where we was getting killed at, Cody.
But
Bajan is gonna have to turn that shit outside, and I think we could get it. We got teams like that.
Right,
we got killed up the middle.
But are we going to be able to stop them if they bounce it to the outside?
Are we forgetting about Cordell Patterson?
That's what I'm saying. It's not just Bijan that they have out there. And by the way, hold on, Twan. Before we go any further, shout out to my man, Panthers Freak, my guy Sean in the chat. What's up, bro? Happy you're enjoying the show, man. Yeah.
Salute to you, man.
What is shout out,
hey Wolf, do you think Bajan is gonna get off his very first NFL game? Do you really think that? And when was the last running back that they went over 100 yards in their first game?
Look, I don't know if he's gonna get off
against a defense like ours.
But I don't know if he's gonna get off. But the problem is that when you look at our skilled players, you can line them up anywhere. You can line up Cordell. You can line up Drake anywhere. You can line up Pitts anywhere. You can line up Bijan anywhere. You can line up a lot of Mac Hollins is a good run blocker receiver. You know, Scotty Miller can open up the defense as well. We got him as well. There's a lot of things that can happen, bro. The week one, I really don't know. All I know is that it's not going to be a walk in the park how people think, because I hear a lot of Atlanta Falcon fans,
no walk in the park.
It ain't gonna be a walk in the park, bro. Like, it's gonna be a good game. But if Pickle just said right now, I'm going by what Pickle said and what some people usually say. I go by. If you're gonna go 10-7, that better be a game you guys win. That better be one of the games you guys win.
It's gotta be.
Okay.
Hey, I have no problem. I think that first game of the season, I think that's going to be a high-scoring affair. Oof. I really do. Do, man.
If we don't beat Atlanta in that first game,
and I will be back.
I don't expect us to beat the Saints in the second.
Yeah.
And I will be back here.
Yeah.
And everybody can tell me
I will not.
Stupid.
I'm gonna say it again. If we don't beat Atlanta in that first game, I don't expect us to beat New Orleans in the second.
If we don't beat Atlanta, bro, we're winning like 4 or 5 games.
It's the first game of the season. Bro, this is what I'm saying. Everybody's so ready to overreact.
I'm ready to play now, man. I'm ready for fucking football season right now.
Go ahead, 910.
Like to add to that, I feel like the Atlanta game week 1 sets the tone for the whole season for us. That's if we do not win that first game, I see 8 wins. If we win it, I see 10. If we don't, I see 8.
You gotta set the tone, bro. He right. You gotta set that tone. You think they're gonna feel good about themselves if they lose that first game or whatever? And then the fans gonna say dumb shit, and then the writers are gonna write dumb shit. Shit. Well, maybe Bryce Young this, but I'm like, man, then everybody's gonna lose their fucking mind. It's gonna be a situation either way. We win the first game.
Hold on, Twan. Hold on, Twan. That's when you got to remember we're gonna beat the Falcons by 30. Like,
we're gonna beat them by. I got us beating them by 10 points.
Yeah, you
been
gotta
crazy.
come back to reality and remember the Falcons.
You've been crazy. You've been crazy.
Hey, JJ, man, you been smoking that good shit, JJ.
You know what? Speaking of being a test to open up the season, to
He's
me,
smoking that Reggie.
Oh man,
it's going to be a great test of our offensive interior line. Seeing what Calais Campbell and Grady Jarrett are going to be able to do against that interior, man.
Hey, yo, Cody, with the way you hype up Brady Christensen, Calais Campbell old ass ain't shit, bro.
It's not just Campbell. It's him and Grady Jarrett.
Man, our O line is good. The O line good.
Hey, man, I'm always willing to give respect where respect is due. Grady Jarrett has low-key been one of the best DTs in the NFL.
Man, look, James Campen will have that O line ready.
Yikes.
James Campen will have that O line ready.
Hey, why are y'all jumping down my throat? All I said was that's going to be a good test of our offensive interior line. Is that not the truth?
Really.
Is that not the truth?
Compared to the NFL, not compared to the rest of the NFL.
I'm not worried about no damn
It's a division opponent, man.
Division
like
always
plays this tough.
Yo,
like
Pickle.
a fitness test, if
Pickle,
you will.
let me ask you this.
They don't play us as tough as playoff caliber teams.
Pickle. Your counterpart just said that Calais Campbell is old, but he had 6 sacks last year.
Trash.
6 sacks ain't trash.
For a guy his age,
he is old, but
6 sacks ain't trash.
So there's a lot of young fellas. They got a lot of young fellas wish they had 6 sacks last year.
For sure.
So you know, so I'm telling
zero
you.
Versus
what worries me looking at the Falcons is, to be honest, they have speed at linebacker, and it's just they have speed and they can tackle, and I'm not certain with the exception of one, I'm not certain we have those speed and tackling at linebacker.
It still upsets me that y'all drafted Troy Anderson, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That was one of my draft crushes, bro.
Yeah. You know, he's good, man, and Ellis. And then you put Bud Dupree as a vet back there, man. It's you gonna have some problems back there, man.
We have a similarity at the linebacker position. Y'all got Troy Anderson, 6'4", 240, runs a 4.3. We have a dude named Brandon Smith, also 6'4", 245, runs a 4.3. That a lot of fans are expecting to do something at linebacker this year. We have a lot of similarities, man. That's why I'm not mad at people saying that it's going to be Carolina and Atlanta fighting for the division. And I do like that the Panthers open up as a division rival on the road and then at home in prime time on Monday.
We are not similar. We're far more better than the Falcons. We are not similar.
We're better.
Don't even make Wolf walk away even thinking that we're similar.
Yo, everybody talking that shit on Atlanta.
Hey, yo,
we are not similar.
Yo, these are the same people that said our receivers are trash and we're not going to win the division.
You're damn right.
What the hell is y'all's problem? What is y'all's problem, bro?
Exactly.
But we in contention to win the division. We in contention to winning the division.
Right.
So
that's the conversation.
What are we talking about here? Now, if JJ, if you would have said Tampa Bay's trash, I'd have been like, okay, yeah, I agree with you. Okay.
Well, we all know that.
Everybody on this panel, I haven't
seen dumpster fire.
Anybody, listen. Anybody in the chat.
Baker.
Anybody in the chat, anybody who watches this, if you could find me a Tampa Bay content creator, please.
Oh, look, I know about 4 of them, Wolf, but none of those motherfuckers are doing anything.
Okay. Okay.
They ain't talking no shit. Buck the World. Hey, look, shout out to Buck the World. Look, I know Buck the World. Shit, it's about, but look, none of those motherfuckers have been active for 2 years.
Right. So if you can find me, if you can find me a old school,
that's gonna be hard.
Saints. If you can find me an old school Saints content creator, I would appreciate
I know some of
everybody
those
in the chat. Okay, I would appreciate somebody, because once this is the thing about content creation. When things is bad, you find out who has a backbone and who doesn't for their team.
Well, we got the biggest backbone because we've been bad for a minute.
I'm here. We
got the most content creators in the NFC South. Really, probably with more than a lot of motherfuckers in the NFL. We got tons.
Yeah.
The Panthers, we got a pretty potent podcast community, bro.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
That's a fact.
There's a lot of people making a lot of good Panther
motherfuckers
content
cannot say they can't find us. We out here.
But hey, look, if the Panthers got the best content creators, I like the fact that we attract dudes like Wolf and Red Swarm.
They got to go somewhere to hear some reasonable shit.
They can come here. They can come here.
Why you trolling now? Twine's trolling now. Twine's trolling heavy now.
They could be a part of this great ass conversation that we have.
You think Wolf? You think Wolf just have to sit down and listen to that fucking bullshit in Atlanta that Atlanta's providing? He don't want to hear that shit. He's still from New Jersey at the end of the day, bro.
We provide good content. We provide great content. But the problem is that I'm just saying, find me a Bucks fan. Find me a Bucks fan that's doing content creation.
They're
They're
currently on hiatus.
So JJ, that's trash. That is super trash. That's basura. But you can't say the Falcons and you can't say the Falcons is trash, though.
But
you can't
Desmond
say
Ritter's
that.
trash.
Okay, fine. You can say that, but how do we know that? How do we know that?
Yo, Wolf, I've been having the same conversation with JJ about Terrence Marshall Jr. He thinks that what he saw last year, that's who that player has to be. The players never get better. That they never grow, that they never get better with better coaches. They just trash off of one season.
Let me. Hey,
what you're saying,
Cody, look.
JJ.
Let me bring JJ back to reality. JJ, listen to this. JJ, listen to this. If you would have took Ritter in college and put him with Alabama, he probably would have had the same record that Bryce Young had. It matters what team you play on. It matters what team.
It does matter.
Not this past.
It matters what team you play on, bro. Look, you playing with all 5 stars, you're gonna win.
Like go back to last year's draft with Malik Willis. Imagine if he didn't play for Liberty.
Right.
Yeah, but also, man, like there's no guarantee.
Yeah, like this is like we talking some dumb shit.
Even if it would be better on Alabama, there's no guarantee that he was able to win a Heisman like Bryce, though.
Wait,
no. Do you think these guys care about a trophy or winning? Or winning the national championship?
You're talking about it being at Alabama.
918. You mentioned Malik Willis. Didn't
910.
Yes, sir.
910. I'm sorry. Didn't the Titans just draft another quarterback?
They did. They did.
Oh,
but that be attributed to him going to Liberty, because if he would have been a bigger recruit, bigger college for more than 1 year, he probably would have been more than what he is.
If you would have put Will Levis down there in Alabama, or you'd have put Will Levis with Clemson, or you'd have put Will Levis with Georgia, he would have won.
Right.
There's no guarantee that.
You mean if he
Man,
was
come
good
on, Cody. There's no guarantee that Trevor Lawrence would have won if his ass went somewhere else.
No, but you can't say that about Will Levis. If you put Will Levis
Cody,
in Alabama,
if you put him around talent, that's how it's gonna go.
No, it isn't, because if they're not talented themselves.
See, this is what Cody don't want to hear.
Go that far.
What you don't want to hear is if you take Trevor Lawrence, if you would have took Trevor Lawrence and put him on that damn sorry ass Kentucky team, Trevor Lawrence would have folded just like he did.
He would have looked a whole lot better than Will fucking Levis.
He would have looked better losing? Is that what you're trying to tell me? He would have looked better losing.
He would have looked better than Will Levis because he's a better quarterback.
Get the fuck out of here, man. In college, it matters who you play with.
Just because you're on a good team doesn't mean you're going to be a good player.
But just,
that's not
like Clemson's not going to be any good this year.
Trash. And then they got
Kelly Bryant wasn't trash. He wasn't better than Trevor Lawrence, but he wasn't trash either.
See, Trevor Lawrence played with Clemson, right? Hey, I'm talking to 9-1-0 now because he played with Clemson and won all the time, right?
Yeah.
And then when he got to the pros, he found out very quickly it was not the same when you're not playing around all talent.
Right.
But
he went to Jacksonville and couldn't do anything with those bums.
He couldn't do shit with the Jaguars when he first got there. He's looking good now, and Cody's talking big nuts now with him now because he got an actual team around him.
Yeah,
but you still have to be a good player. You still have to be a good player to put up good numbers, even on a good team.
Man, a lot of quarterbacks have wasted their careers by going to bad teams when they get picked high.
Will Levis maybe should have stayed at Penn State. All right. Yeah, he lost.
Yeah. I will agree with that.
He lost the first two, or he got beat out. He went because he was tired of being Shane Clifford's backup.
I mean, he wanted to go somewhere where he could be the man, huh?
He went to Kentucky, so no, like it or not, he got to suck up. That was his choice, and that's where you went. Malik Willis left Auburn.
That was big, right?
Left Auburn and went to Liberty. Why?
Yeah.
Because he got beat out by Bo Nix in a competition.
Yeah, that's true.
So Malik Willis
so
can't
who got
handle the pressure at Auburn. You damn sure know he can't handle pressure in the
so now,
NFL.
hey, 910, who got beat out? Who got beat out at Alabama? That then said, "Fuck Alabama, I'm going to Oklahoma," and won there, and now he's one of the best quarterbacks in the fucking NFL because he didn't go real high. I think that's Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts.
Are you talking about the guy on the best roster in the NFL?
Why? But you just dunked on yourself, though. Jalen Hurts was at Alabama, and he was never able to win a championship.
JJ, you just proved my point. Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback, man. But with all those weapons around him, it makes him look even better.
Wow.
Yeah, no one's denying the talent makes a quarterback.
If you put Jalen Hurts with the fucking Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now, he wouldn't look the same.
No, because Jalen Hurts wasn't drafted to be a franchise quarterback. He was drafted to be a quality backup in the second round. But,
and the NFL continues to fuck up on that type of shit, but that's another story.
They realized that the quarterback that the Eagles anointed as their franchise quarterback sucked. So they dumped him to the Colts, and they gave this other guy, Hurts, a chance. And they tried to trade him, or told everybody they would take traders for him up until he took them to the Super Bowl.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I think 910 Wolf, y'all understand it when I say this. I think when the Carolina Panthers picked up Bryce Young, we immediately saved his career. Because if he would have went anywhere else with the talent that's on these teams, he's actually going to a team that's kind of loaded.
I agree with that, Twan,
because we know number one quarterbacks wind up going to bullshit.
Right, because if we would have taken Stroud and Houston would have gotten Bryce Young, Bryce Young would have been in a much worse situation than he is now.
Cody,
we don't even know that to be true. If we're being honest, they have a new head coach just like us.
Yo, D'Amico Ryan.
JJ, get the fuck out of here, man. We do know that to be true.
D'Amico Ryan
with that bullshit, bro.
D'Amico Ryan.
Cody, you on mute, bro.
I'll give you that, JJ. It could be different, just like it's going to be different here.
Y'all tell me all the time you don't know that.
The Texans are trash, bro.
So now remember what I said, right? If the Panthers go to the playoffs, they play for San Francisco. You don't got D'Amico Ryan calling defensive calls no more.
Oh shit, they got Steve.
It's true.
Yeah, they got Steve
And you
Wilkes
also
over there now.
got to remember, right now at this current time, you still don't know who their quarterback's going to be.
Yep. True.
I'm hoping you know who I'm hoping it is going to be. You know
it may be Sam Darnold.
I pray to God it's Sam Darnold.
Hey, Cody, you see how the conversation comes full circle now?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, how the conversation comes full circle now.
I really do, Wolf.
I'm gonna tell y'all, but look, I'm gonna tell y'all like this though. 910. Listen, but we should not be fucking shocked if Sam Darnold goes out to San Francisco and balls out.
That's right.
Because he will be on a much better team.
And by the way, I've been saying that. Like, hey, I want to let the record be known that, and Pickle can vouch for this. I have been saying that y'all better watch the fuck out if Sam Darnold ends up starting for the 49ers this year.
We don't got to watch out because we don't got to play them.
Yep.
Well, that was the one thing I was going to add. Like we was talking about.
Unless we play him, I'm going to cheer for Sam Darnold.
Right, and we was talking about being afraid of the Niners.
That's nonsense. I'm definitely not doing that.
If Darnold's the starting quarterback, I'm not afraid of the Niners in the playoffs.
Nah.
Man, 9-10, if you don't.
I am not.
Bro, they are whipping our ass.
I'm not afraid of Sam Darnold. Let me rephrase that, JJ. I'm not afraid of Sam Darnold beating the Panthers.
This is where
somebody say Sam Darnold.
A real of course head coach comes into play. This is exactly what this is.
Espresso.
It really comes when who the head coach is.
Hey, look. So let me say this. I'm probably gonna only go for about 15 more minutes, but let me welcome in my guys, the boy, White Chocolate Espresso, coming in here to probably talk some
All
shit.
I need is 15 minutes, bro.
Hey, Cody, man, let Pickle run the show, man. If you got to go, Cody, let Pickle run the show, man.
I'm the only one that got access to the Streamyard, bro. What you talking
about? Hey, man, just leave it. Look, when we leave, you can come turn the shit off later.
Nah, man.
They don't want us to have fun because he got to leave.
No, that's like leaving my house unlocked and leaving the house.
Hey, look, man, let Pickle hold it down, bro.
You don't got shit to steal, Cody.
You know, Pickle will tell somebody to shut the fuck up, bro, and let Pickle hold it down, bro.
Hey, yo, let me introduce my man Raleigh Lee to the show. Raleigh, what's up, bro?
What's happening, Cody? How you been?
Doing good, brother. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing. I figure I get in on all this craziness being,
That's his real voice?
Yeah, that's Raleigh. What's up, Raleigh? Keep on, man.
Hey, yo, Twan, you are outrageous.
I just, all right, whatever. But anyways, as far as Atlanta thing, they are
ain't that pretty?
Up and overrated, and I meant going into it. I meant they don't have they're about like we are in the backfield somewhat. They say they've got players, but they haven't shown it. They've got blown up in plenty of games last year. And as far as Pickle's saying, as far as Sam Darnold, I'm sorry. He's had enough time to prove his value, and it just ain't there.
You better see a new Sam Darnold.
He's scared of Sam. Sam Darnold is scared Darnold.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Sam got a new daddy, though.
Oh.
What the fuck am I listening to?
So you're saying that we got blown out a couple of times last year?
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah.
We only got blown out once last year.
Well, hold up, Wolf. Let's check the stats on that. You're lying. You're lying.
We only got blown out by Cincinnati.
Hey, somebody check them CVS receipts.
Check it.
Steelers too, right?
Oh my God!
Steelers was a close game.
Hey, Cody, there's a couple links in the private chat.
I can't remember.
We got blown out quite a few games last year, and even with Steve Wilkes coming in and helping out, we kept it somewhat close, but if you actually look at the stats and the way the games played, we weren't in just because of the points were there.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
We lost a lot of close games last year too, man.
Yeah.
And the year before that, we known for that shit.
It's every year. It's every year.
When we did.
And then we actually won 2 games last year that were taken from us. So we really had a 9-something record last year because we beat Atlanta. We beat Atlanta. You know that, Wolf, right?
Yeah.
No, that bullshit, that DJ Moore bullshit. He was off the field, and the NFL said that
that's
never
not
been
what the
called.
record book says. They won that game whether we like it or not.
No, they didn't. They didn't win that fucking game. No, they was given that game.
No, you're doing all the what if my aunt had nuts, she'd be my uncle, bro. We ended up losing that fucking
They
game.
did not win that game. The NFL gave it to them. They gave it to them.
Cody, that's not forward-thinking.
Yeah.
Cody,
We didn't lose against Cleveland in the first game of the year. That was the bullshit.
Just because your aunt has nuts does not mean she'd be your uncle. In today's society, she can still be your aunt.
What does that mean?
Damn it to hell.
Exactly. Get with the times, Cody. Stop living in the
fucking
past.
aunt with nuts.
Damn, I didn't even know I was Republican. Fuck.
Why do you think DJ Moore took off his helmet? Because he'd been getting beat on the whole game. At the end, he's like, wanting to show off. But the only reason the ref called it, if he would have walked to the sidelines and not walked into the backfield, that call would have never been called.
Hey, Riley, he was off the field, though. He was off the field.
That call was made
came back off the field with no helmet on.
It is, but look, this is what I'm saying.
Cody, the NFL came out and said that they made the wrong call.
It doesn't matter. If any of those things would have went differently, yeah, maybe we would have won. But the fact of the matter is, it didn't. And from now until the end of time, when you look back at that game, that was going to be a loss on the Falcons' records.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wolf.
It should have been.
It's 1-1.
And it was
right?
It was 1-1.
Man, we beat y'all both games last year. I don't want to hear that shit.
Fine. Hang on just a minute. Hang on just a minute.
Wolf knows it. He knows it.
Shout out to 910 Panther fan who said in the chat his phone died, and he will be in the chat. Shout out to
Shout out to 910.
Yeah.
Hey, Wolf, we won that Cleveland game the beginning of the year last year too.
If
These motherfuckers, the referees fucked us on 2 games in 1 year.
Listen, this is a new season. We'll be back. We're gonna go week 1. We're gonna see what it is, right? And then
we're gonna boil y'all ass on week
Cut
1.
it out.
And see JJ smoking on that other pack.
Nah, we're gonna boil y'all ass on week 1.
JJ, man, listen, man. Don't worry about it. JJ, listen.
It is hilarious that JJ and Antoine are like, we're not gonna make the playoffs, but we're gonna just run the hell.
Right.
I never said we wasn't gonna make the playoffs.
I'm the
That's
one.
Wild to me.
I'm the one that said it.
Bro, I'm not gonna say.
I didn't say we wasn't gonna make the playoffs.
If you want to go back and talk about getting cheated by referees, just look how they did us with Cam Newton.
Oh yeah,
like we got a history with referees, bro. They don't see it our way.
You know what? And that's why I'm happy we got a little ass quarterback, because now they're gonna throw every flag in the world to make up for what happened to Cam Newton.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah. As sure as I'm sitting here.
Fact is, they might be a couple of the first game of the week.
Hits him in the head, don't get a call.
Yeah.
Hey. I just had to come in here and say
back in the motherfucker. What's up, Ant?
What's up, boys? I just had to come in here and say we're gonna kick the Falcons' ass week 1, man. I don't care about any of that.
There you go.
We're gonna have Cody burn that Falcons jersey.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
I'm gonna burn a South Carolina jersey.
That's why he put all that resistance up.
Listen,
hey, look, that's why he listened to Chair Wolf on all night. White chocolate espresso. I was wondering why, man. Now it's making sense.
Don't disappear. Don't disappear in September. That's all I'm asking. Is
we'll be here.
Don't disappear.
You don't disappear.
I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here, bro.
You know where to find us.
See, the real wolf is coming out now. He ain't talking none of that cool shit no more.
Don't disappear. That's what I'm saying.
See, the real wolf is coming out right now. Now he said we're gonna bust y'all ass. And all this. That's the wolf I like.
Look, I'm a Panthers fan, so obviously I feel like the Panthers are going to beat that ass week one.
Okay, cool. I'm with that.
Right. You see what I'm saying?
That.
I don't blame Wolf. Hold on, JJ. I don't blame Wolf for keeping the same energy for his squad.
Exactly.
Like, hey, of course he thinks that the Falcons are going to
No,
win.
man. We're not talking about Wolf keeping energy for his squad. He sucked you in telling you all this shit about our team, and you was over there cheering his ass on for an hour. Wolf. And
Wolf sounds like a better Panther fan than some of y'all sometimes.
Nah, he ain't no Panther fan. See, that's why he got you fooled.
Now, Twan,
I'm just saying.
Twan, my friend, you get confused sometimes. Let me help you out. Just call if Wolf's sitting over there talking his talk, and
I'm not
thinks
fucking
getting everybody confused and wrapped in his little story. Maybe stop getting some of us wrapped in as much as we're just listening to what he's saying. We don't have to agree. I may say, Wolf, you're right. Oh yeah, we can go to Super Bowl, but I'm not. In the back of my mind,
by the way, you know what?
I'm not all that dumb.
And you know why I'm not going to disagree with Wolf Twan? Because if my team is going to play the Eagles or the 49ers, I'm not going to lay down like no bitch and be like, oh, yeah, we're dead in the water. We're dead in the water. I'm terrified.
And you feel confident because the Falcons fan told you so.
Wait, hold on.
Y'all some scared-ass Panther fans.
Hey, White Chocolate Espresso, hey, Wolf boosted his confidence up.
If the unthinkable
It's not hard to boost his confidence up, though.
Wolf boosted his confidence up, the Falcons fan.
We're talking about the Falcons, though, not the 49ers. If we play the 49ers, I'm expecting to win that game, man.
Exactly. I'm also not going to say we have no chance.
Man, look, what do y'all keep finding all this shit on Bryce Young, man? What now?
We got a chance. Look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this clip from Bryce Young. It just came out.
We go again.
And then I'm going to give everybody the last chance to speak their final bit of shit.
We ain't going no fucking where.
Get it off your chest. Yeah, you did. Hey, you ain't going to go home. But you got to get the hell up out of here, bro. So, hey, man, let's play this video from Bryce.
All right, we got a package from Lowe's. Let's see what it is.
We see him open up a package.
NFL Draft 2023. What a special night. Happy to present you with your very own keepsake to help ease the transition into your new home. Wow. Authentic piece of the 2023 NFL Draft stage. This is surreal. NFL Draft was crazy night. Something that I'll remember forever. Big thank you to Lowe's for bringing this into fruition. And now that I think about it, I think I have a perfect place for this at home.
Jeff's got a Kids R Us gift card.
So what the fuck was we supposed to get out of that?
Y'all realize they used to just throw all that shit away, right?
Yeah,
a Lowe's gift? Like, come on, get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey. Yo, Twice, we thirsty for that Panther content.
Do we have any fucking commercials on any other players on the team, man? Is anybody else getting gifts?
Shout out to Lowe's, but Home Depot is better. Shout out to Lowe's, but Home Depot is better.
Motherfucker opened up a brick.
What you saying, Kev?
Is that a hint for the new stadium name?
Oh, the Lowe's Stadium. Oh, damn.
Ooh.
The brand new Lowe's Stadium incoming.
That could be a real thing.
Probably.
But
I personally think it's going to be Anthem. It's going to be
Shout out to
Anthem.
Lowe's. Shout out to Lowe's. Home Depot's better. Go ahead.
Hey, but no, I do think that the new
I
name
don't build
of the stadium. I do think the name of the stadium is going to be Lowe's Stadium in 2025.
It's got to be
Not
Spotify
here in
because
Bristol,
David
it
Tepper
ain't
brought
anyway.
music back to Charlotte.
Yeah. Well, those they have their headquarters up in Charlotte now.
Yeah, and they got tons of distribution centers around here too.
Yeah. All right, man. But look, we've been an hour and 40 minutes. I
Hey
appreciate
man, just
y'all,
let the
man.
shit
Y'all
go
made
15
this
more
out.
minutes, man. Just go to the
Man,
4-hour
I'm about
mark.
to mute Twan's ass. He's trying to keep me here doing overtime.
Man, Cody ain't got shit to do on Friday
I'm
night.
muting your ass, bro. I'm trying to get drunk as fuck. I'm trying
I'm
to
already
No,
there,
he's not.
bruh.
No, he ain't.
I'm a real professional, bro. I don't do this.
Stop trying to mute me, man.
I don't do this. No, I don't do this on substances. I'll wait until this is over.
Before you cause a mutiny.
And then I turn up, bro. That's what
No, I
do.
turned up wild.
Hit under the screen is what it is.
Yeah, and Kev, how dare you show up at the last 15 minutes?
Cody, go drive off,
Wait,
get
wait,
drunk,
wait,
and just come back and turn the shit off.
Tell me, Cody, what did y'all talk about for an hour?
I mean, a whole lot. You missed it,
For
bro.
3 hours and 43 seconds. What the hell is going on in Panthers Nation to be talking that much?
I mean, we did the whole show.
We was arguing
receivers are
because
garbage,
JJ
Kevin.
was saying that the wide receivers of the Falcons have some of the best wide receivers in the country.
We don't got no garbage wide receivers, though.
Yeah, JJ came
I
out.
don't know what JJ talking about with that
I am,
shit.
JJ.
Yeah,
I didn't say that. Pickle is a liar. Y'all just
JJ
listen.
came out as a Falcons
I
fan
said,
today.
I said the Falcons had better weapons than us. And
No,
now
today
Pickle wants to talk shit.
JJ Wolf persuaded JJ to be a Falcons fan. That's what happened.
Hey, well,
my
hey,
God.
JJ, you can get.
Hey, he ain't telling you how many things Wolf persuaded his ass to do, though.
No, let me say
Hey.
this right now. Let me say this right now.
Drinking the Kool-Aid all night.
Hey, JJ,
bro.
you can get Cody's
Cody-
jersey from him.
Nah, I don't even know where that shit is.
No, you know where it is.
I'm just saying, but tonight,
You know where it
I'm
is.
just saying tonight, Wolf sounded like a good Panther fan, and you
Hey, Cody.
sounded like a
Nah,
Falcons
I
fan,
sounded
bro.
like a
Hey,
rat.
White China Espresso. So
I was
Cody's
wondering
family
if
still
that
got
was
it somewhere. You just don't know where it is.
I was
Don't put that
wondering if
evil
that
on
was
me, Ricky
personal,
Bobby. Don't
Come
put that
on.
evil on me, Ricky
Come
Bobby.
on, Wolf.
Cody,
I was
it's
wondering if
Appreciate
that
it,
was
Wolf.
touching, bro.
allowing Wolf to be a
Don't put that
Panthers
evil
We need
on
your
me,
support,
Ricky
brother.
Bro, I was wondering if that was
Hey,
touching,
Wolf
bro.
came in here and made all these motherfuckers feel better about themselves tonight, man.
Oh, yeah. Bro, he had
Rope-a-dope.
Cody in his
Rope-a-dope.
dreams.
They don't even see it
Yo,
coming.
right, hey, man, shout out to
Oh,
Wolf.
man.
Yo, shout out to Wolf. Wolf was spitting fire tonight, and I'm not going to lie and say
Facts.
that man wasn't spitting fire.
How was he speaking? Because he
Fire
agreed
up
with
your
you all
ass.
night.
So you
Hey,
guys,
listen, Wolf.
you guys
I
don't
don't
believe
like this
you
Wolf.
No,
I don't like this Wolf.
Yes,
Let Wolf
Listen.
go. Go ahead, man.
You
He's a
I
guys
don't like that. I want Wolf to come in here and big up his team. Don't come in here agreeing with us and shit. I don't like that Wolf.
Let me hear
Facts.
Wolf
No,
get
hold on,
off,
hold
man.
on.
Go
Let
on,
me
Wolf.
say this. Let me say
I'm
this.
asking, you guys don't believe if your team makes it to the playoffs, you
wearing
guys
cheap
don't got a shot to
clothing.
win a Super Bowl?
Oh, I do.
No.
Hey, Cody, you
If
mute
we
me
make
one
it
more
to the
time, I'm
playoffs,
gonna fuck you up, man.
Yeah, if we make it to the
Hold on, hold
playoffs,
on.
yeah, we're going all the way.
Hold on. To Twan's point, though, he was saying this on Black Cat Panther podcast. The Wolf was acting all like lovey-dovey when he should be talking shit to us like we
He's
be
a
talking
wolf in
shit
sheep
to
clothing,
Falcons
man.
fans.
I
That's how it
want
should.
Falcon fans to come in here talking shit. I don't want nice Wolf. I don't want that.
Yo,
I
Wolf,
want them
you good
dirty
with me,
All right.
bro. Yo,
Listen,
Wolf, you good with me,
You
bro.
a dirty bird and you come in here being a fucking
Hey, Wolf,
fucking pampered
as
ass fucking
as long as
a
long as I'm the
pampered
one,
ass parakeet or some shit.
as long as I'm the one in control of the show,
You're
you
not.
all right with me, Wolf?
all right, man. Listen, look, man, I love y'all, man. Carolina Panther fans, I love y'all, man. Keep on, whatever.
He didn't want to say it.
I got love for Wolf. Fuck
Yo,
the
Wolf,
Falcons fans, bro.
keep pounding, bro. Keep
It's the
pounding.
former
Pause
Falcons
on
fan.
everything.
That's what we say over here,
Pause
bro. We
on
say
everything,
keep
bro.
pounding.
Pause on that. Pause
Keep
on that. But
pounding,
Keep
bro.
Atlanta.
Keep
nah, it's all
pounding,
good,
baby.
man. I'm used to walking with a
I
Panther.
can't
As
believe
LL
the
Cool J.
fuckery that took place tonight, D's. Hey, D's, hey, you let D's ill skills go last so he can discuss the fuckery that happened tonight in his closing benedictory.
Hey,
I'm glad I
do you
missed
think do you think I was wrong with anything I said today?
Nah, we're gonna wait for that.
No.
We're gonna wait for that.
No,
We're
let
gonna wait
him
for
go,
that.
man. Let him answer his
Yeah, I want to
question,
hear
man.
it,
Go ahead,
Tell us
dude.
all about it.
Okay. Yeah. So
do it again.
Y'all are just arguing over Wolf asking a question. Did we feel safe beating the 49ers, or did we feel safe beating the Eagles? And you can absolutely make an argument for both. Like, the Eagles have lost a lot of their coaching staff that made them
Offensive
great.
line?
And along with that, yeah, sure. And then along with that, San Francisco has a lot of questions at the quarterback position. Will Brock Purdy be able to make the same magic that they did last year? But do I feel safe going into either one of their nests in the playoffs with a rookie quarterback? Yeah, probably not. But I appreciate Wolf bringing that optimism to the podcast tonight. Thank you, Wolf.
There you go. There you go.
We don't have positivity over
There
here.
you go.
Deez, you let me down, man. Deez, you let me down, bro.
I'm happy that he let you down, Tom.
You're not gonna fake.
These little skills, you let me down, bro.
Bro, I'm happy that he let you
Y'all
down.
motherfuckers have been too fucking nice.
That man spoke his truth. He spoke his truth, and I'm happy.
We're getting closer and closer to the season, and we got to play those motherfuckers first. And y'all over here, hey man, I like how you talk, man. It was real respectable, and and blah blah blah. And if we get out here and fucking lose to him, he gonna come up here and kill y'all ass, bro.
Look at that damn stop.
We'll do the split anyway.
And now they got better tied in than they do.
He gonna come out here and light y'all ass up if they win.
All right, look. Here's
We
what
split
I'm about
every
to do.
year.
Here's what I'm about to do. If y'all don't want to do it too damn bad, because that's what we're about to do. I'm about to let everybody have their final words, and then you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here, bro.
I'm already home.
Shut up, Kevin. God damn, bro. All right. First up, I'm going to let my man Anthony go first. Anthony,
Hey, okay.
talk to me, bro.
Quick shout out to JJ, bro, because I'm dying on the hill with JJ. This wide receiver core right now is where it needs to be. I don't know if we're being too optimistic in that regard. But also, quick shout out to Twan for doing the Twan Dom versus Anthony show. That was awesome, man. Go check it out if you haven't seen it yet, man. It's an awesome show. Get to know a little bit about my life and stuff that I inspire in life. So, yeah, man. And C3, y'all already know the vibes, man. Keep motherfucking pounding. I'll see y'all boys next Friday, man.
Hey, shout out my guy Anthony. Appreciate you, bro.
Shout out you.
Anthony
And
ball.
Piscarello.
Hey, I'm gonna let the Bash brothers, I guess I'll call them today, go first. I guess I'll let JJ up to bat first. Team Panthers receivers suck. I'm gonna let y'all finish y'all shit out. JJ, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Like you said, they're just unproven. Y'all get caught up in the words. They're really just the bottom 5 receiving group as of now in the NFL, in my opinion. But who knows? Week 8, they'll be top 10. Who knows? I don't know. But
don't switch up now, bro.
No. What I do know is we're gonna whip the Falcons by 30 week 1. All right. I ain't switch up on none of that. And it was Cody's former Falcon self that let
bad drugs.
How dare you, bro?
It was the Falcons fan in you, Cody. That's why.
JJ, wait till I find out some dirt on you like I got about Anthony and iCarly, bro. Wait till I find out that shit, bro. Wait till I find out that shit, bro. Yo, you probably you probably grew up watching Barney or something, bro. That's
look, Anthony.
That was your favorite.
Anthony only had on Panthers jerseys as a baby. He ain't have no fucking Falcons jerseys on.
I can't stand y'all.
His dad didn't put him in no other jerseys and none of that shit.
My dad did me right. Fuck the Falcons, bro. Fuck the Falcons.
Got you.
Dang,
y'all have a great weekend. I'll see y'all next Friday.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell if you enjoyed the content tonight. Raleigh, talk to me, man. Give me some final words for the show, man.
All right, Cody, I've got about 3 or 4 things to say. I think we got about, I don't know what happened with the top pick of, the tight end, that was supposed to be the next Greg Olsen. He didn't show up. We got a good tight end we drafted. We got Miles, which is a good tight or running back that can catch out of the backfield and run. And then on top of it, we got TMC that hopefully will, he's moving up. And then the bench, I wish Anthony stayed on, but he needs to cut his bangs because I don't know what it is about the hair thing he's always got going on.
You need Anthony to trim them bangs. I got you.
You got the
He told him to cut his bangs.
He got that Justin Bieber.
So
He's 20, man. He's 20.
Baby.
2018.
That's funny, man. I appreciate you, Raleigh. Thanks for jumping on, bro. Next up, this man always adds to the conversation, makes the show fun. Twan Don, I appreciate you, brother. Tell everybody what they can find your content.
Hey, man, let Wolf go, man. I'm home team. Shit.
So you think, all right.
I'm a valuable asset, bro.
Yo, Twan, you so petty, bro.
You damn right. Hey, no, I'll go, man. Listen, make sure you guys subscribe to the 704 Charlotte Bound Show today. Hit the like button over there. We're actually going to come back. We're off of vacation, so you're going to see a whole lot more shows with us, a lot more content. We're back, and Rashard PNP, them got some coming up in South Carolina with the content creators. I'll be there.
Yeah,
y'all come down there and meet all the content creators.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be at that.
I'll be there.
It's going to be fun. Yeah.
So that's going to be good. So like, come check out your favorite content creators down there and have a beer with us and shit, and go from there, man. And shout out to Wolf for coming over here. But I see you, motherfucker. I see you. See, I'm from up north, and they don't see it. I see your ass coming a mile away, bro.
It's your boy.
Yeah, man. Next up, my man Wolf, A1 Day 1, man. I don't care what they say about you, bro. You're my people, man. I like you.
Yeah.
I think you had great conversations, man. We got to have different viewpoints and different opinions.
Of course.
And I don't think anything you said was off base tonight, bro.
I appreciate you, man. It's your boy,
You
Wolf,
wouldn't, baby Falcon.
Yo, shut up, man. I'll probably mute your ass.
Baby bird.
Fucking baby Falcon.
No, and I just muted your ass. So I shut up and let Wolf go. Damn
It's your boy Wolf Day 1A1. You can find me at Wolf Day 1A1 on YouTube. Please, all Carolina Panther fans, come through. I am the most realest, authentic, transparent Atlanta Falcons fan you'll ever see on this YouTube. And so I appreciate coming over here and having great conversations. And we will continue to have great conversations with everybody. And I appreciate everybody, man. Everybody for having me. Everybody that I, have disagreements with. It's awesome, man. Keep up the good work. The Free Fall, one of the best shows on YouTube, but not only YouTube, but in the Panther universe. This is one of the best shows. So salute to you guys, man.
And yo, Wolf, stick around for just a minute. I want to holler at you after the show.
Sure.
Next up, my man Kel, White Chocolate Espresso, came in just in time to talk some shit and be really annoying. So I'm gonna let him do that again. Go ahead, Kel.
YCE.
No. Hey, Cody, you did that for almost 4 hours, so.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Yeah, straight up.
I didn't hear any of the show. I came in late, but I'm just gonna say Hayden Hurst, 6 touchdowns, 600 yards this year. I'm also gonna say I can't wait for Clowney to join this team. You know it's happening, Cody. We're gonna get another Gamecock. He's gonna be the pass rusher. Deal with it.
Well, I'm tired of all these.
I don't want him, bro.
There's a bunch of cocks coming in. Get ready.
Whoa.
Exactly.
Super
pulse. Wolf, that's what I'm saying. Wolf, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all gotta change your mascot name, man.
That's
the game. Yeah, imagine y'all call the game dicks.
Bro, they was trying to name themselves the Cock Commander, bro.
Cock Commanders.
Cock Commanders.
So Wolf, so
That's
some black dude named that team. They call the game dicks.
Bro, that's
smackers.
That's disgusting. Anyway,
The Gamecocks.
Next up, the most tenured member of the C3 Friday Free for All, my man, the myth, the legend, Panther Pickle. Panther Pickle, give me some final words, brother.
Hell with it. Good night. Go. See you later, alligator. And in the end, let's all hope that everyone has a safe and productive week till next week.
That's it. Hey,
hold on, man. Diesel skills ain't gave the benediction, man.
Oh, we're not even to that part yet. You're trying to hit the fast forward button, Twan. Hey, all things in due time. And guess what? It is that time.
Motherfucker, he was just not on the show.
For these ill skills, serenade us with that wonderful optimism that he brings at the end of the show. These ill skills, talk to me, brother. The floor is yours.
Yep. All I want to do is bring the C3 Panthers podcast home. After a great week and a wonderful performance all week long. Tuesday night, wonderful show. Great job by C3. Once again, the Mike K interview, I brought it up earlier. I'll bring it up again. Go watch the Mike K interview with Tony. It was fantastic content. Wonderful coverage by the C3 Panthers podcast. If you haven't taken the time to join now. Subscribe, like, and be a part of the community and what we're building here at C3. We're trying to be the best Panthers podcast. Yeah, we should certainly do, Panther. And then Panther Pickle. And then the other thing about that is the show tonight. Once again, we've come in all together, and I want to thank everyone that's been a part of the show tonight. Not only just the people left here now, but the people that were here earlier. Great big shout out. Thank you for joining and being a part of the C3 Panthers podcast. We want nothing more than to bring you the best Panthers podcast on the internet. Thank you to Wolf to coming in and giving your perspectives of the Atlanta Falcons for this season. It's been a wonderful experience, and I'm glad to be a part of each and every one of you. Please reach out. Let's team up together, and let's build up C3. Y'all have a great night, and I enjoyed all of your company.
These ill skills, my man.
I didn't know you was gonna say all that C3 shit.
Yeah, bro. And you know what? He means every bit of it. And it's the truth, bro.
That's not what I was asking for.
It costs $1.99 a month to join C3. Now, you all know you waste more than $1.99 a month. You know you do.
And also, let me tell y'all something. A little bit of inside baseball. We did a meeting the other night, me, Tony, CK, and Greg. Before the season starts, we got like an extra 4 shows that we're planning for y'all this year, man. We are producing content more this year than we ever have before. If you want to help us fight the YouTube demonetization, anything that might happen, bro, for $1.99 a month, you get custom badges, emojis, and you get first access to the C3 film room. And we're definitely going to be doing that this year, breaking down some NFL Carolina Panthers film, man.
Mm-hmm.
Be a part of that, $1.99. Hit that join button. My name is Cody Lashley, co-host of the C3 Panthers Podcast. I appreciate each and every single one of you for being on the show tonight. I can't wait to do this with y'all again next Friday at 7. Until next time, Panther Nation, keep pounding.
Peace out.